and YouTube. Those are all my reminders going off. Michelle, let us know if you can hear us. That's me not muted. Okay. Okay, Michelle can hear us. Hi, everybody. This is True Seeker. I wanted to thank everyone for coming. We still have some people coming in. It usually takes a few minutes before everybody's in here. So I am going to play. I've got a 9-minute video that shows pictures and aerial video footage of the venue the next morning. So I'm going to play that while we're waiting for everyone to come in. So if you don't really want to watch that before we start the regular chat, go grab some drinks and snacks. And I'm going to get that set up right now. Hang on one second. All right.
Okay, that was creepy.
I'm trying to figure out where that sound is coming from.
What sound are you talking about?
Oh, it was the video that automatically started when I stopped the screen share. Um, Hello everyone. I wanted to welcome you to chat. Miss Dawn wanted to know why nobody was talking. I played that 10-minute video. That's an old video I had on my channel from a long time ago. I just played that while we were waiting for people to get in the chat. So now we're all here. I want to thank Matt Gilmore for coming on, and I want to thank Mills for coming on. Mills has never been on before, so he's got a lot of stuff to share with us. So I'm going to go ahead and let Matt introduce himself to you guys, and then Mills can introduce himself, and then we'll get on to talking about Vegas.
Hello, everybody. I think everybody knows who I am. I hope everyone's doing well, and hopefully this will be a good show tonight.
Okay, Mills, unmute yourself. You're muted.
Hi, everyone. It's Mills here. I'm new to all this and been doing some research for probably a couple of years now. And the curiosity still has got the best of me. So like everyone else here, I think we're here for the same purpose. And yeah, just looking forward to a good show here tonight, too.
We had another guest that was supposed to come on today, but we had some technical difficulties and couldn't figure out how to get him on. So I was going to ask Chris if he wants to come on. I can give him the link. I don't know if you're in the mood to get your mood off your bad news at home or if you'd rather just stay in the chat. But if you want to come on, just type in chat. Anyways, okay, I didn't think you would, Chris. I just figured I'd ask. If anybody else wants to come on, just let me know. Mills has quite a bit of stuff to share with us. He went to the anniversary and he's made a lot of trips to Vegas. He's got a lot of photographs to screen share. And I really would like for him, I mean, everybody kind of knows mine and Matt's views on things. You know, we're kind of open to anything. We haven't really closed any doors because there's so much research going on. And it's always nice to get somebody else to come on that we haven't all heard, 100 times. Because I always figure, someone might have the missing link or the missing puzzle piece. And I was gonna just, for the beginning of this, let's just turn it over to Mills and just kind of tell us your story, how you got involved in Vegas and, your theories and different stuff. And then if people in the chat ask questions, me or Matt will just interrupt you and tell you what question they have for you. Miss Dawn wants to know what got you interested in the Las Vegas shooting.
So it was the beginning of the Golden Knights season for hockey in Vegas. And the very first game was in, at home. They had a whole bunch of the policemen and firemen that had and paramedics that had helped out with everything that happened on the Route 91 incident. And before the game, the players came out with the policemen and the paramedics and such. And I remember watching the pregame ceremony, and I thought to myself, I remember hearing about the shooting that happened, and I couldn't figure out what happened, the result, and what happened with everything after that. So I believe I texted a friend, and he started sending me some information. And first thing you know, I go into YouTube and I start looking at a couple things, and next thing you know, a couple hours later, I'm looking and I'm still figuring things out, and it didn't seem like things were adding up. The first thing that sort of caught my eye or my attention was the timeline that they changed several times in like the first a couple days, I believe, or even I believe it's both first couple days with Lombardo, and they were having all the press conferences and everything. So I was going to different channels on YouTube, and I think it's the early ones were Chris Thompson. There was Drew Nominus, Sleep Depth Vegas. There was Shadow Band Files. I started getting into the Jason Goodman podcast with Johnny Hoover, and they just said there was this guy that was shooting from the Mandalay Bay window, and he killed all these people. And I saw the footage, and I could not figure out where he was shooting from. Like when you first think of that, and you first kind of like hear about that in the media, you expect some guy standing at a window from the hotel, and you would think that you would be able to clearly see him. And you look at these videos and you don't see anything like that. So I think the curiosity just kept on going and going. And then, I just kept on watching more videos and more footage, and none of it added up to me in my mind. So ever since then, I've just been very curious as to how and why this all happened. And we still all don't know what happened. And I think we'd all like to find out.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why we're all here. It's 3 years later, and it's like we're still looking for answers. And I don't think anyone's come to definitive conclusions that make sense, other than the fact that we kind of all know we were lied to different extents. Everybody's research has taken them, into different areas of what they think it could be or couldn't be. And, I'm not really closed off to any theory, because I'm just waiting for missing pieces to show up, which I don't know if they will. Now that the lawsuit's been settled, I think people are starting to come forward and talk. Like I've had some survivors that have come on the lives, and there's some other ones that are planning on it. I also have lined up somebody that went to school with Paddock that's going to come on. I've got to call him on the phone tomorrow. Dub's in the chat, and he says he does know. Wait a minute. I know what did not happen. Yeah, Dub and Michelle are in the chat right now. They're pretty sure on their theory. They think, we all just got fooled, that people didn't die, and they just put this big theatrical thing on to, I guess, cause fear in the world. But, the majority of us think that there's Dub's 100% on that. He's satisfied with his theory. I'm not, I'm not, in my opinion, and I'd say 99.9%, that a man named Stephen Paddock that was 64 years old did not shoot one shot out of that room. I don't think any shots came out of that room. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know why the setup was done. I think the room was all staged, but I really don't know, what did happen then if it wasn't him. We've done so much research on so many different angles that it's, kind of hard to say. What are some of your theories, Mills and Matt? Matt, I think, kind of goes along with the same thing. He doesn't believe it was Paddock out of that window either. But I'm curious to know from some of your research, Mills, what do you think about that?
I agree. I don't think he shot, or anyone shot from that window. It's just there's just no evidence. You don't see the window you don't see it's broken at the beginning. There's just no footage of any muzzle shots or glass that's broken. It's just I can't see. I'm in agreement with you, Truth Seeker, and I'm pretty sure Matt's in the same boat here. I know there was multiple shooters from around the venue. Where they were, we don't know. I started looking into the Mandalay Bay tram area recently, and I was started looking back at some old footage, and that's an interesting area because I think there was a man named, is it Bartman Marine? He was also down in Vegas when I was down there, and he's certain, or he has a good suspicion that the ballistics from that area would match up to where the shots were being fired from to inside the venue.
We have two guests that are coming on. We're trying to get dates put together with them. They're going to cover the whole tram thing because that's a really interesting theory. And I looked into it a little bit, but not that much. But these other two did a lot of work on it. So in the next week or so, we're going to have a pretty good tram show.
Yeah, and at first, I would like when I was down in Vegas during the anniversary. I really didn't look in that area, but when you look down at, or when you look back at some of the footage now, and some of the new stuff that's coming out now, it makes sense because it's the noise and the sounds that are coming from that area match up with the Corey Langdon video, the taxi driver, because she's right in that area, and you hear two different volleys, and you hear really, really loud, which is just right around the corner from where she was, I believe, and then you hear distant shots as well, all in the same video. So yeah, the tram is super interesting to me because before I didn't look at it, and now that's another scenario that I'm just very intrigued about.
Todd, I think your sound went on. Can anybody else hear Todd?
I can hear Todd.
You can still hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I heard everything you said.
Huh, maybe it's my headphones fuzzing up. Matt, did you look into anything with the tram? I didn't look deep enough in it. I just kind of looked at, where it connected and things like that, but I didn't look for any shooters.
No, I didn't. I haven't looked at that yet. That's something I do want to look at, though.
Okay, Body says in the Corey video, you see the road getting hit with bullets right beside the taxi, right before the headlights shine on Corey's taxi. I never noticed that before, Bodies. Did you ever make a video about that or just cut that segment out? Because that'd be interesting to go back and look at. Thumper says the taxi video was staged. Michelle says no shots were fired. George makes a good point, when we're talking about the room, that if you're walking on 1,100 brass casings and you don't slip and fall, he's not looking down, he doesn't fall out the broken window. So I think the whole thing upstairs is just a bunch of BS.
I agree with the room. I think it's completely staged as well.
The last time we did a live stream, we completely covered the room, and everybody was like, why are we still talking about the room if everybody agrees it was staged? But then there's a lot of people that think, well, if the room was staged, how do we know the rest of it wasn't staged? And it's like, I do think that there were people that were killed, but there's a large group of people out there that think that everything was staged. Is, a thing to just put fear in people, grab guns, whatever their nefarious reasons were, but that if the room was staged, the rest was staged too. Hi, Truth and You. Thanks for sending me that video.
So when other people think that it's that other situations were staged, with the shooting, do they mean that that no one died in the shooting, or do they think that some people died, or do you think do people think there was crisis actors that were hired for all this? 58 people were shot and killed. I can't see, that's a lot of work to go into trying to cover up 58 different people.
Well, there's a big mixture. There's some people that think that some of those people were killed in the venue, but then other people were, killed somewhere else and brought in or added into the dead. Like, there's a good example. There's a guy, Michael Anderson, that was listed as one of the dead. And he actually had, one of those white crosses. Remember the guy that brought all the crosses in? He actually had one of the white crosses up, and then his family contacted, I don't know if they contacted the paper or the police department or who they contacted, and they said their son committed suicide early that afternoon and was nowhere near Route 91, but he got counted in as one of the dead. So they took him off the list and removed his cross. So that story alone got people wondering, okay, well, if they did that to that one guy, could they have had other bodies, and they wanted to bump up the numbers? Then we've got people that just don't think anybody died at all. So I mean, there's a big mixture. I mean, if you follow along in the chat, you can kind of figure out which people, think which thing. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. Hi, Skywatcher. I can't type that quick. We've got Truth in You and Dub and Michelle, and I do believe that all three of them, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I believe all three of them don't think anybody was shot and that it was all fake, from start to finish. Then there's some people that think it was partially fake, partially not. I don't think all 58 of those people were shot inside that venue. I do believe, because of the Michael Anderson story, that there were some people that they brought in from elsewhere because they wanted the numbers higher. Another reason I think that is the original diagram that they put out that showed where the bodies were. As time went by, we saw, more video and more footage, and the bodies on the diagram weren't in the same place that they actually were on video footage. So that was another thing that made us suspicious. Like, who went in and moved all the bodies around? Or did the police not really look at where the bodies were and just make up numbers for people? So there's just been so much strange stuff. You just don't know what to trust. Bodies is saying the 1st Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment was there on scene. Might have been for training ops. No, Saint, we're not here for any drama. I didn't see if anyone said anything drama to you, but yeah, last week we did a live stream, and I will tell you, it is the first live stream that I've ever seen where nobody got timed out and nobody got blocked, and that's how I like it. I like people in the chat to all be able to have different opinions and different thoughts with nobody insulting each other. It's like we've all been around long enough that we all kind of know each other in the chat, and we respect each other's opinions. We can just agree to disagree, but just don't be fighting and causing drama in the chat with each other. But I like how everybody gets along. I mean, the people that don't think anybody died and the people that think everybody died, it's like we're still all really good friends because we've been working on this for so long. Tony is asking, the only Metro cop to die that day, is he dead or alive? Are you talking about Charleston Hartfield? Because if you're talking about him, I do believe he's dead, but I do believe that he died in another way and in another place than what they said. His wife fought really hard to keep his autopsy from getting released. He has photographs dead on the floor of the venue, but then his telephone was found inside the Mandalay Bay. So there's a lot of really fishy stuff about that one police officer. And I think there was a couple other officers that were shot but didn't die. And Bodies is saying, because people can say what they want, the Army semi was there for a reason, and that reason was not recruitment. Recruiters don't travel in semis, they travel with their personal car. My brother used to be an Army recruiter, and I will agree with that. My brother never went in a trailer. You know, if they did have tents and stuff to set up, they might be like in a pickup or a van. But there were, in video, showed up big, huge Army trailers. And I have always thought that that was very odd. And I know Bodies did a lot of work on that. Michelle has done a lot of work. Her and Dub both. I don't know if everyone in the chat knows what Moulage is, but there's companies that do have crisis actors. They use them in school drills and stuff to teach the kids. They use them sometimes in hospital drills, and they actually will have like sleeves that will go over somebody's arm that will make their arm look like it's been blown off. You know, they put makeup on people. This is like real professional looking. And the military also has things they use in training exercises that are like kind of like robot dolls, but they're not really dolls. But I've watched videos on them, and it's like they do these for the Army training, so they know how to rescue people and get them out of, you know, the bad place, and do medical procedures on them. And it's like these things breathe, they bleed. It's like it's really kind of creepy if you go looking for the military training exercises. So, you know, that's why I don't like to, you know, argue too much with the people that have been investigating Vegas, that believe that all that is a possibility, because I do think that it's a possibility. That's not my theory, or I've got a bunch of theories, but that's not like the way I sway. But it's like I would never want to tell them that they're wrong, because it's like they could be right. But I do believe that people died in the venue and were shot. Saint, yes, I saw Ramsey's film. I had to pay $8 to watch it online. I screen recorded it, but I can't put it on my channel because it's copywritten. He let me put small segments on my channel, but I couldn't put the whole movie because he was, you know, still selling it online. But the Ramsey video, you know, I don't like to throw names around, but the people that were involved in that, working with him, are definitely people that have done a lot of attacking to the community and trying to push the narrative. So I do think that Ramsey's film pushed the narrative a lot. I mean, it was interesting to watch. It was worth $8 to watch it, to see what they came up with. But I don't think that they're along the same lines as us. They think the cops messed up a lot and were covering up for themselves, but they don't think that the narrative was wrong. In the movie, they pushed the correct, what they say is the correct narrative, like what Lombardo said. I'm saying, I would say it's worth the money just because we followed Vegas so long, and if you want to see it, it's only $8. But it wasn't like, you know, when you go to the movie theater and you see a movie that's just the most awesome thing you've ever seen. You know, it wasn't that kind of a good movie, but it's like I didn't regret spending $8 just out of curiosity to see it. Hello, DDS. We haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing? I think you can buy it in the UK, Saint, because I think it's just a link that you go to. I've got the commercial for it on my channel. If you scroll down a little bit, and there's a link in the description that you just click the link, it takes you to a website. You put in your information for the $8, and boom, you've got it right on your screen. Tony says Ramsey's an agent publicist for the official narrative. You know, I don't think Ramsey was at first. I think at first Ramsey was kind of like another one of us. He got, another person went on and joined in to produce that film with him. And I think that's when a lot of stuff changed. Like, they interviewed Eric Paddock in the video, and everything Eric had said in every other interview was totally different than what he said in this. And I don't know, I mean, I think everyone in the chat knows that 5x5 got a hold of Eric, and that's when Eric's whole personality, you know, suddenly changed to, yes, my brother did it. And I had at one point even talked to Eric on the phone and went over with him all of the discrepancies between the autopsy and his brother and the Freedom of Information FAA medical records we had for Paddock's pilot license and all the things that didn't match. And his brother didn't care, and it's like, I don't know who wouldn't care if his brother got accused of something. They handed him cremated ashes that nobody in the family got to identify. And then there's all these discrepancies about his height, his eye color, scars that weren't listed, surgeries, just all kinds of different things. And it's like his brother didn't care. He just totally blew it off and didn't care, which makes me think that someone had a gag on him to not allow him to talk. What are your thoughts on, did you watch Ramsey's film, Matt?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, okay. So you can't really comment on it. Did you watch it, Mills?
I've seen snippets and previews of it, and I think he's too far on the other side for me to go in and watch it. Like you said, I'm in total probably disagreement with most of the things that are in it.
Yes.
So I haven't watched it just because of, for that reason only. But I heard it's well done.
It's very well done and professionally put together, and I was impressed with that, but it's definitely throwing along the narrative.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I haven't really dived in and watched it or rented it for the $8 yet. So
Truth in You, yeah, there are a lot of gag orders, and I kind of have thought that now that this lawsuit's settled, we're starting to notice a lot more people are willing to come on and talk. Like we've, had a few survivors on that were never on live streams before. We've also got, I don't know if you were in her earlier, but we have a friend of Paddock's from when he went to school with him. He's going to come on and talk. We did have a couple of survivors that were going to come on, and then because they were friends with a person that doesn't agree with us and pushes the narrative, they kind of decided not to get mixed up with us. And that kind of upset me because they could have given us a lot of really good information.
did everyone see the Jason Goodman podcast with Joe Napoli and the vendor that was in the Route 91 area that night? That was actually there live.
I have had Joe Napoli on this show with us, and I've seen Joe Napoli on a lot of other ones. I did see the one. I try to catch all of Goodman's when he's doing Vegas, so I don't recall exactly the story of the vendor, but I remember, I'm sure that I saw it. He actually had Napoli with him on one where he went walking. They walked on the Tropicana.
Yeah.
Roof and all that. Well, Angelica's been on twice, and she has gone to Vegas 2 times and actually gone up to the Tropicana and filmed for us and taken photographs. So, it's like there's a lot of people that have been researching this. We've all kinds of got together, and everybody has their other angles that they've researched, and kind of in-depth studied. Okay, Tony, the opinion gator, that is Ron Rivera, and he is going to come on with Angelica, and they're going to cover the tram. We're trying to set up a date. It'll probably be next week or the week after, but we're just going to turn them loose and let them explain all the tram stuff to us.
I believe Opinion Gator got me into the tram situation as well. That's sort of recent for me, so I've been kind of watching a lot of the footage from him. And yeah, when I was in Vegas last time, I really wish I would have really poked around in that area a little bit more, but it just never came across my mind that the tram would have been an area that the shooting would have occurred. When you first look at it, you don't think it's high enough, but I think if you get close enough and if you get it in, if you get in a certain angle and you can kind of see a little bit better, I think you can get a better perspective of it.
Well, I do believe, and I'm not sure, but I do believe with their tram theory that the people that were killed in the tram and around the tram were taken into the venue and counted as those 58 bodies. They weren't like, I don't think that the tram person was shooting into the venue. I think what they're going to present to us is that people actually in the tram and in the tram station were shot.
Oh, okay.
And then they covered that up. But like I said, I didn't research the tram, so I don't really want to talk about it too much, since I know that those guys are going to come on and do a big discussion on the tram. And I'm with Bodies exactly here. I mean, this for quote, common sense, how in the hell can a 64 to 65-year-old professional poker player in house slippers run back and forth from window to window, room to room, shooting high-power rifles? Chris Thompson is saying there was a 911 call there that said there were bodies on the tram tracks. Michelle says there's no shooting, so that knocks the tram theory a negative. Michelle definitely doesn't think there was any shooting at all. I think that all of the survivors that said they were being chased from the venue and that it kept getting closer and closer, I think since there was no bullet strikes anywhere, at these other hotels and different places, I think that there was small LRADs that people were carrying around running to make them think that they were being chased and followed by gunfire to get them to funnel to a certain area. I mean, that's just a thought of mine. It's not like it's fact, but that's the only thing I could think of to explain why so many people reported so many shootings at other places and so many survivors swear that they were being chased by gunfire, but yet you don't see gunfire all over those other, places. Bodies, what video are you looking for? Because if Fo shows up in here, any video you mention, Fo knows where it is within 15 minutes. It's a 911 call from the woman inside Mandalay Bay on the same floor as Stephen Paddock. Bodies, when Angelica Gretchen, who's 911 Awakened Angel, when she comes on the next time, any 911 call you ask her, she'll find it and play it. She's like gone through those 911 calls. She's got them all logged and cataloged and knows exactly what minute mark on her video each one is. So I can't answer that, but Angelica will be able to if she either comes into chat or if she's when we have her on live again. Actually, guys, the voice of Mills is not anyone you guys would have ever heard his voice. He's not somebody that's made videos. And Mills, you haven't been on another live stream yet where anyone would hear your voice, have you?
Nope, this is my very first one.
Okay, yeah. We're not trying to like trick you guys and bring on, like Sleep Dep or someone and say he's Mills or LVSA or anything. It's like he is really just somebody that was in one of our groups that's done a lot of research, and he's gone back to Vegas and taken a lot of photographs and stuff. But yeah, he doesn't have a YouTube channel. He's not even been in our chats a lot. That's why he's not familiar with a lot of you guys. Like, I kind of know everybody's personality by now. DDS wants you, he already did this before you got here, Mills, but give a little short bio on yourself just so they know who you are. Like how you got involved in this and stuff like that. Just kind of reintroduce yourself for the new people that have come in.
Okay, so I'm just a regular person just watching footage about the shooting on the newscasts and stuff, and I just started looking into the YouTube videos, and at the beginning, like I said, I didn't see anything coming from the Mandalay Bay room. You would think like you would be able to see someone shooting from a broken window. You'd be able to see glass broken. You'd be able to see muzzle flashes. And like I started looking at different pages. I'll just mention a few again. I started looking at Chris Thompson's, Brian Shields, Sleep Depth Vegas, the Shadow Band Files, Jason Goodman, Paladin. Just curiosity, just because I don't believe the footage is there. And it's just, there's just so many different things that just happened or didn't happen that's just kept me all curious ever since the event took place. So I'm kind of like everyone else. I want to know why and who, and we're still all trying to figure that out, and everyone has their opinions and on everything. So yeah, I'm just been following it for a couple of years now. And like I said, last year I was actually down in Vegas for the anniversary. And I mean, I must have walked around the venue probably 25, 30 times. I stayed at the Mandalay Bay that night, or during my trip. And I did it on purpose just because I was, so curious about the whole event. And yeah, we don't have answers, and I'm just curious about everything that's happened so far. And that's pretty much what got me into it.
Joe's kind of curious because if you haven't been on all these YouTube channels with us and you don't make videos, like how you did all your research, and I was just letting him know, it's like we've got Facebook groups, and there's a lot of people that have done a lot of research in those that don't come and do the YouTube stuff. I actually didn't discover these live chats or anything. It was like a year into this where I was doing a lot of research on my own and with other people in small groups. And it was about a year into it before I figured out, actually Sleep Depth, one night we were up late at night because he can never sleep either. He taught me how to like set up a YouTube account and make my name just so I could go chat. And he's like, no, you don't have to make videos. You have to do that to get in the chats and leave comments. So I was like a year into it before I even did that. We also do have a lot of lurkers, just so everyone knows. Not everybody's like, we have 35 people in the chat watching, but when this is over and we check it, there'll be like 160 people that have watched it. So there's a lot of people that are watching but aren't actually in the chat. When we put a lot of the links out to people, if they don't click on open in YouTube, they just kind of watch them out of their messenger or their email or however you send them to them. They don't show up on here as how many are watching, but usually you have like well over 100 views before this is even over. I mean, some of them are people that click on and click off. Mills, you are from Canada, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Okay. He probably could figure it out. DDS doesn't miss a thing. He probably figured it out from your accent. Or he knows who you are because he might be in one of the same groups that you've been in. Do you want to screen share those pictures that you did that you took when you were on your trip? And
yeah.
Okay, if you go to, let me get you set up with this. On the bottom of your screen there, if you go to the StreamYard screen, you should see a button that says screen share.
Yep.
And then are any of them videos that have sound, or are they just pictures that you're going to talk while you show them?
No, these are all just pictures, just still pictures.
Okay, hit on the screenshot, have your first picture pulled up, and then once you do that, I add your screenshot up to the screen, and then I think you can just, change your pictures when you want to. Whatever is on your screen is what's going to show. And that way you can show them. Was this past year, or was it the year before that you took these pictures?
This is from last year during the second anniversary.
Okay, yeah, I was down there for the second anniversary. I didn't go this year because of the COVID. Just to let everyone in the chat know that about an hour before this started, I got a phone call. My 76-year-old mother has COVID. Her and my dad are quarantined at home, and he's getting tested tomorrow. My dad says she's not really that sick. She had a fever and kind of the coldish flu symptoms, so they didn't have to hospitalize her, and we're hoping she doesn't get worse. So anyways, Todd, just let me know when you're ready with the screen share.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Nothing showed up yet over on my StreamYards for screen share. Are you sure you hit the button screen share, and then you once you do that, there should be another button somewhere else on that screen that says share or start or something?
It came up and it says Firefox cannot allow permanent access to your screen.
Okay, you didn't open in Google Chrome, did you?
No.
I don't think it's going to let you screen share then, if it's saying the thing about Firefox. Does anybody in the chat know anything about that? Can you screen share if you don't have Google Chrome?
I don't know anything about Firefox. Because I think this only works on Google Chrome.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to share them. I know that the last time you emailed me that picture, remember, as soon as I tried to pull it up on mine, it froze my screen, so I don't want to do it that way.
Yeah, that was I think that was a picture outside of the Tropicana with those right before the stairs there where Joe Napoli found the casings.
Yeah, where Joe and Angelica were talking on that stream about the casings, and you had a picture of the exact spot he was talking about that she didn't have on film.
Yeah. There was a whole bunch of those stairs, the steep stairs that go up, and then I believe off to the right-hand side, those would have been the doors that Joe Napoli went through just to get inside. And I believe he said there was like a makeshift triage in there, and people kept on running through that area because they heard more gunshots, and they just kept going and going. But yeah, I had a good shot of that front part there where Joe Napoli was.
I'm watching the chat to see if anyone. Yeah, Dub says Chrome has to be your default browser in order to be able to screen share. Well, that kind of sucks because that was like most of your thing was that you were going to share those pictures. Hi, John Workus. I haven't seen you in here in a while. I always send you the link. I know you watch them later. Sometimes they run pretty long. Does anybody in the chat, like Joe, want to come up on here? Because I know you know how to use StreamYards, and maybe you could like ask some questions. You're always pretty good with interviewing people.
I believe people died, Joe. Just reading the chat here.
Yeah, and Dub, I don't think Napoli's disinformation. I think that he's sincere, that he found shells outside of Tropicana. I mean, there's not anything else he's pushed that would be disinformation other than the thing about the shells.
I believe Joe Napoli said that one of his first phone calls when he was in the venue was to Jason Goodman, and he really wishes that he still had the voicemail that that was sent that night, because I guess he couldn't get a hold of him, and he really wishes he still has that message.
Truth in you, there's never any proof of anything. Because he says, is there any proof of your belief? I think we all have our like different things that we've gone down different avenues, but it's like no one's got concrete proof. I mean, I know Dub thinks he has concrete proof that nobody was shot and nobody died, but I mean, he sent me a lot of stuff. And I just don't see what he's seeing. And I think it's because when you take the videos and stop them and freeze frame them, it makes them blur a little bit. And it's the same thing with like Ron Rivera. He posts a lot of stuff in Facebook groups that of tram stuff, but it's like when you're stopping the footage and showing the picture and then you're circling something, other people can't really see what you're trying to explain. So as far as proof, it's like I think the only proof we have is we can prove what they told us was a lie about a lot of stuff. You know, Sheriff Joe getting on there at 1:30 with his little "oh yeah" lone shooter. I think we can all agree and prove that we were lied to big time. But other than that, it's like, I mean, I've hunted for multiple shooters. I've hunted and hunted and hunted in video. That was my main thing I did. And it's like, I don't see any. I can't find any. I will say that because they didn't do ballistics, God only knows if there were bullets fired, who they hit or what they hit, because they never gave us a ballistics report. The fit reports were all BS. They didn't match what we had. Thousands of pages of documents released, and when you went through and read the witness reports, it's like they didn't take any of that into consideration when they made up their little narrative story. So I mean, I can definitively say we have proof that we were lied to. I just don't think we have proof of what really happened. What do you think about that, Matt?
Can you repeat that again?
What do you think about, when people say proof? I think we have a lot of proof that the narrative's a lie, but I don't think we've found enough proof to actually be able to pin down a theory. It's like Hoover with the helicopters. It's like, I don't want to say the dude's wrong because I don't know, but I haven't seen any proof of a helicopter firing a single bullet at anybody. But I don't want to tell him he's wrong just in case, maybe this proof will show up, but it's been 3 years and it hasn't shown up.
Well, like you were saying about there's no ballistics, there's no nothing. I mean, when you don't have any ballistics, it's hard to prove anything. I mean, I'm not saying that nobody died, but I mean, people did die, people were killed, but as far as concrete evidence to prove that anything, no, there's nothing.
Bodies is saying there's not enough blood in the so-called kill zone from a rifle that caliber and all the shots they say was fired. I'll agree with that. And Dub saying cops don't pick up bodies in a pickup and dump them in another parking lot. Yeah, the whole thing with the parking lot, it's not even just the parking lot issue. I have an issue with video of a zillion ambulances being lined up in front of Hooters. They're telling everyone to run to Hooters, but you don't see those ambulances taking people to the hospital. You see all these people being piled in pickup trucks and personal vehicles being taken to the hospital. And it's like, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, that seems more like it might be a training drill or something, because why were those ambulances just sitting there letting the pickup trucks do their job?
Yeah, that is weird. I'll agree with that.
Joe, you don't want to come up here and talk? I'm trying to think of who in here is a really good interviewer. DDS, you would be a good one to come up and interview and ask us questions. Miss Dawn, I'm trying to twist somebody's fingers to come up here. Because, we were supposed to have the fourth guest and we didn't have him. So you guys need to fire some questions at us. But a lot of you... Oh, hi, KK. KK's here now. I see, KK, I don't agree that if some of it's fake, all of it's fake. Because I think, just for example, and I'm not saying that this is my favorite theory or anything, but if there were trained mercenaries or some nefarious group, ISIS, whoever, that were in the venue doing stuff, and the Las Vegas police and the governor and all those guys didn't want to scare the people away from the tourism industry, so they made up this fake Patsy story to cover up what really happened, I think that's a possibility. So I don't really agree with it. If one part's fake, it's all fake. And I know a lot of you do. But to me, I don't think that. I think it could still be a mixture of both. Yeah, the zip line that ended up being a lie. Oh, you're gonna go live later, Joe? Okay. Put the link to your channel in here, Joe, so anyone that's in the chat that doesn't know where your channel is will know where to find you. Oh, Truth in You, do you want to come up here? You can come up here if you want to come up and talk. Because yeah, anyone can, come up and follow along with chat and answer the questions of the people in chat and stuff. It's like I feel like Matt and I have done this so many times, everyone kind of already knows what we think. And if you have questions for Todd of different things he's looked into, different theories he's got, I know that everybody in the live chat room has different views on stuff. Dixie, the zip line, it wasn't so much of a lie as it showed up in a body cam where some cops were like, hey, is that a zip line over there? And then there was a lot of YouTubers that just went with it and they're, sticking to this whole zip line thing when actually, it was just the cops looked over there and saw something. They never went and investigated and it was never proven that it was a zip line. But there were some YouTube channels that actually pretended like there really was and it was a fact. Truth in You, hang on, I'm going to give you the link. You got to be nice though. You know how that goes. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And when I have done this before, we end up getting trolls that come on. So, Truth in You, I'm going to ask you a question. Here's the link. I'm going to ask you a question before I let you into the chat. And the question is going to be, did you or did you not send me an email the other day? And if you don't have the answer to that question, I'm going to know that you're one of those trolls that are trying to get in. So go ahead and click on the link, TIU. I got to warn you a little bit, Todd. Truth in You will crack you up. He's the nicest guy ever, but he doesn't think anybody died at all. So his theories aren't going to match ours, but he's a really nice guy. I don't see that he's showed up yet. Hello, Lance. How are you? Hi. Show Me Sasquatch. How are you doing? We've got some new people showing up. TIU, did you click that link yet? There we go. Okay, I'd like to welcome Truth in You. Do you know the answer to my question? Did you, yes or no, email me something the other day?
Maybe. I don't. Yeah.
Well, yes, you did.
It depends on what you're talking about.
Yes, you did, but I recognize your voice, so I know you're not one of those trolls that usually grab those links and try to mess with us.
True thinker, you. No.
You bitch. We usually get that one all the time. All right. I put the link in and you got that. I know, Double K, it's always a 50-50 chance it's trolls, but you know what? It's really not trolls. It's 5x5. Because he comes on and he yells at us and we can recognize his voice. And he usually comes on and says, I'm a bitch. So we just don't get along. But I think we've had maybe Eddie Schmitz try to get on a few times too. Okay, Truth in You, I'm going to let you take over for a few minutes if you have questions for me or Matt or Mills or anyone in the chat.
All right. Okay. So how many maskers has anybody seen here in this chat or in the room here?
What do you mean maskers?
More than 2-3 people getting shot more than multiple times.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Like any killing at all. You know what I mean? Like basically, have you seen Joe Roscoe's video of where the blood is or something like that? What was it called, Joe?
I have not seen any video of a bullet actually going into anybody, but I
Really?
think, well, how can you? I mean, the videos are kind of dark and they go far away. I think that we saw that cup on the ground get hit as a bullet strike, and we saw a lot of bullet strikes after and people that were shot after, but it's not like I ever saw a bullet flying through the air and going through somebody's head.
No, you're not gonna, because there would be like, brain matter somewhere, and there would be all kinds of debris. When you get hit with any bullet going at a high velocity, we're not talking just like a handgun or something. We're talking rifles, okay? If you get hit by a rifle, there's going to be three things happen. There's going to be an entry wound, there's going to be an exit wound, and there's going to be debris and blood flying out the back of it, okay? Because this is a high rate of speed. It's not like, you ever see Kennedy? That was real. Kennedy's head explosion. That was real. That's what happens. That's what happens. Okay. I'm letting you know. We all saw Kennedy. So to understand what happens, that's what happens when you get hit with a high power rifle. So in all actuality, there should have been carnage. There should have been brain matter. There should have been, little bits of stumping on the white fence that they all died in front of. I mean, all right. So that's one thing. Then you had the injured people that ran out of there. Okay.
No, I do think that the video going down of the people leaving the venue, the Reno and Haven and Giles area, I think there was possibly a little crisis acting being filmed down there. I'm not saying the people in the venue weren't really shot, but it's like, I'm sorry, but there is quite a bit of footage. I've actually got a 4-hour video where I've put all those little pieces that they gave us together. And it's like, if you watch all that stuff together, it's like, come on. There's a guy shot in the head. They won't let him get in the ambulance. There's the high on heels lady or whatever on the ground. I mean, there's just some really weird stuff in the Reno Haven and Giles. Is Giles the other street? I always get confused.
Giles is how it's pronounced here in Vegas. So it's
spelled like the J. Giles Band.
Right, but they call it Giles.
They're wrong.
No, they're wrong. Damn it!
True than you lose in Vegas. You go pick it for me and tell them that's pronounced wrong, because the J. Giles Band is spelled the same way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Let's put it to you like this. So you got 500 people leaving the scene. Okay, they're all running away. Every last person is not bleeding, but there is 500 people that's been shot, injured of some sort, whether they got scraped knees or a little scratch on their army. Okay, I'm not going to get into that. Okay, so anyhow, let's put it to you like this. So they're all running down Giles and Las Vegas Boulevard. Later in the night, we don't even see one little round blood spot at all in the whole. I mean, literally, we were everywhere after hours on Giles, in the venue, everywhere. And the only two spots that I saw blood was right there in between the fence and the front of the stage, and straight off from the stage in between the two fences towards the back lighting area. That's the only two spots where we actually saw blood. Okay, in mass amounts.
I will tell you, today I found 2 more photographs that I had not seen before that had blood on them. And I thought of you. I was looking up old articles online, because I was doing some research on, I mean, it still was Vegas, but it was down another avenue. I was actually cross-matching stuff on this guy that said he went to school with Paddock that's going to come on. I was researching that to make sure he was legit. But anyways, I came across an article that had like a slideshow that had like, I don't know, 15 or 20 pictures on it. And there were 2 pictures I had never seen before. Do you want me to screen share them? You
Sure.
guys may have seen them before, but let me see if I can figure out. Let's see.
Well, you know,
Your entire
Dixie,
screen.
I talked to somebody while you're. All right, Dixie. These people would have no problem shooting anybody. They are, untouchable. Well, sort of. See, they all wanted to get away with stuff and still get their agenda across legally, so that way there would be no legal recourse at all. Now, you could say they're untouchable, but then why would they go along with and make the Smith-Mundt Act 4 years before this happened? A little bit more. So, in all actuality, the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act is what was added to the Smith-Mundt Act. It was a thing added to it, which was they could do propaganda on American citizens. So why would they make that law and do a bunch of false flags after that if they were completely untouchable? Maybe they were worried a little bit about what could possibly go on and happen to them if somebody, in all actuality, they had, and they have killed people in the past. You're right. But how many
I can't
times
get those pictures pulled up. I can't figure out how to do it because they're on my desktop.
Oh, that's
So,
all right.
anyways, just keep talking. Yeah, the last time I tried to pull up one of Todd's, it messed me up and froze my screen. So I'm gonna have to practice that some other time. Thumper gave me lessons before on StreamYards.
Are you there, Dixie? So if they're so untouchable, why on earth would they go through all the trouble to change a law that allows them to spy on foreign citizens and not their own country, but now they're able to do that? You know what I mean? How come?
Oh, Joe wants the link too. Hang on a sec.
Are you Joe? You coming up? Where's he?
Joe's gonna come up too. Don't overpower us, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to tear you apart. I'm sorry.
I know. We're going to have
I
2
need
people
Joe to
on
calm
here.
me down a little bit.
On
I
here
just
that don't
keep
think
going. I don't
anybody
care.
died. And then we're going to have 3 on here that do think people died. There's the
Okay,
link
where?
for you, Joe.
They are.
And Matt and Todd, jump in anytime you want because I'm going to need saved from some of this.
I know they're international, traders to every country. I got that. They're called, globalists, pushing a global
No, but I don't
agenda.
think they were the same people in Vegas and Parkland.
Oh, yeah, they were. Oh, yes, they were.
I know that there's one lady that's real similar that was Borderline, Walmart. She was a couple of ones.
All
but
of them are controlled by the same people. So
I can't think of any that were the same people from Parkland.
Okay, look. It's not like you think. It's not like a foreign. It's the people that we've put in power that are doing it. Okay,
Right, I understand that, but why do you think they wouldn't really kill people? That's what I don't understand.
Well, because they want to get away with it. Okay,
but they did get away with it. They still could have murdered people.
They still murdered Campos, yes, but they want to get away with it and not have they legal and they get away with it, and do it. That's basically what my idea about the whole thing is. Why else would they, before all this, before these massive amounts of things, would they come out and change the Smith-Mundt Act so they could use propaganda? As long as they didn't kill anybody, they could use propaganda to further agendas like the COVID-19. they could use propaganda to further their agenda, and that's what
My
they're
mom
doing.
got diagnosed with COVID today, TIU. She's
Oh yeah.
76.
So did she take the PCR test? What test did she take?
Well, I told her that it could be false negative, because I don't
False
trust the
positive.
test.
False
But
positive.
she was actually at the doctor and had the fever and all the symptoms and all that. So she wasn't bad enough to have to be hospitalized, but they've got her and my dad quarantined at home. So we're just hoping she gets better. I mean, it's just like a bad flu, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well,
Joe was here and then he fell
where's
out.
Joe at?
He's
He got
back.
scared out. We got him.
All right, Joe's back. See, I just don't understand why the group of people that don't think anyone was shot or died, I don't know why you don't think that there are bad, evil people, not necessarily like government as in, a senator or the president or anything, but people that work with those people. It's like, why wouldn't they kill people? I just don't, why wouldn't they? There's bad, evil people out there. I don't think Paddock did it, but I do think that real people got shot.
Okay, so where? All right, you see, the whole thing is.
Can anyone hear me?
We can only go by what we prove. Go ahead, Joe.
Hang on, let's do a sound check,
buddy.
Okay, no, you go ahead. I just want to make sure I wasn't echoing and everyone could hear me because I'm playing with my earpiece. Go ahead.
I can hear you. Todd, can you hear him?
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
Yeah, I can hear everyone fine.
I don't think it was echoing. Feel free to jump in here and save me at any time, Todd, because now that we have Truth and You and Joe on, this is going to be a free-for-all. They're both really, really, really smart guys, but they believe different theories than we do. So this is going to get really interesting. The only thing that can make it even more interesting is to throw Thumper in here with them.
All right. Can I have the floor now?
You got the floor, Joe.
I have one question. What is Mills?
Yes.
What's your theory? What's your theory?
I believe people were shot, and I believe people are actually dead. I don't know why or how the whole thing went down. I agree with Matt. I agree with Truth Seeker. The whole thing upstairs in the hotel is completely staged.
What about Paddock? Who shot people?
That's one thing
that's the $1 million question.
I would love to.
Why do you think? Why don't you think it was Paddock? Why not just Paddock shot him?
Because there ain't no freaking way that was even Paddock laying on the floor when you compare the FAA flight examination papers to that autopsy to the guy laying on the floor that had been already dead for 6 hours. I mean, I'll give you my firstborn kid if you can prove I'm wrong about that.
No. I wouldn't even try.
She's really hot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I agree.
Probably like
she comes with 3 kids, though. One of them is a teenager.
Yeah. No, I'll take their firstborn. I'll take your firstborn's firstborn. No, I'm just kidding.
You can't have the 14-year-old.
No, I don't want a 14-year-old. Let me get your mind out of the gutter, True Seeker.
No, that's what I said. My kid's got a teenager.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, it's a little too old for me. So, anyways, so who killed him, Mills? Paddock or somebody else or what? I forget. Did Mills tell us who killed who killed him in his theory?
No, I didn't say any. Yeah, I haven't really come up with who killed him, but I believe that he was dead for a long time before they breached the room. There's no way that he shot himself and boom, once they breached the room, he was already, he shot himself right there and then. Yeah, I don't believe that was Paddock either.
You don't think that was Paddock either? Okay.
No.
Well, who was it?
All right. Who was it?
It could have been someone from the morgue. It could have been anyone. It could have been a bum. It could have been someone from the morgue.
I thought it was a bum too. I thought I had bums for a while. Yeah, I thought maybe they just found a homeless guy on the side of the street and took him to the coroner's and said that's our guy.
Okay.
Well, I got to tell you, I did a lot of research trying to find out who that dude on the floor was.
Yeah, what'd you find out?
Well, there was one guy I was hot on his trail that had been arrested in Vegas for, God, this was so long ago. He had made some bombs, and he was kind of like a terrorist guy, but he was bald
guy?
and he was tall, and he could have been Paddock laying on the floor if, they had added hair to him. But when I got digging really deep into him, I think the dude was in prison at the time, and it couldn't be him. But then I always thought, well, they could have taken him out of prison, put the makeup on him. God, what was his name? This was so long ago.
That's pretty elaborate. That's pretty elaborate. That's taking a guy out of prison and then killing him on the floor in there and all that.
Well, no, he's still alive. And
the evil entities would stage a false shooting.
But wait a minute, he is still alive because I dug pretty deep. I found a court hearing of the guy in a courtroom after the Las Vegas shooting, which means they didn't kill him on the floor. They would have just used him as a body double for their stunt.
So you entertained this crazy notion of, just for a moment.
I entertain everything, yes.
Right. How come not entertain the idea that nobody got killed and it was a complete staged fake bullshit by the evil powers that be?
The government.
Because of the Live Leaks video and as close as I am to Owen, and that's the excuse I've given everybody. I trust Owen with my life, and if I found out that for 3 years he's been an actor lying to me, I'd be crushed. I trust him, and I trust this video.
Well, I mean...
If I had never met Owen, I'd be right there with everyone thinking it was fake.
But I posed a situation where you could still trust Owen, and it'd still be complete bullshit. Owen got fooled, too.
Well, except Owen was there with his mom, and she wasn't up front. She was farther away, but she was treating people, and she was a nurse. And it's like she wouldn't have been fooled. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where somewhere in that chain is where the breakdown is. Because, I see what you're saying. Owen's sounds credible. I went to bat for Owen, right?
Right. Owen's awesome.
Okay. So I could still imagine like Owen. I could still imagine it being bullshit. And even if I trusted Owen 100%, and I don't even think he got something, I still have just too much on the other side to outweigh what one person would think like that. You know what I mean? Let's say my best friend in the world swore by it, but I looked into it and I've seen what I've seen, and I'd have to come back and say, listen, bro, I believe you. You're not a dumb person, but you were there on the ground and you didn't get a full picture of it.
Well, I will tell you that in most of the 3 years that I worked with Owen, Rick and I did a lot of work together. Owen spent a great deal of time trying to prove fakery because he knew he saw some freaked out weird shit. And it's not necessarily that he was an actor taking that video. It's just that his surroundings and what he experienced, there was some weird shit.
So, like, what kind of...
And he couldn't quite put his finger on anything, but it was just weird and creepy to him. I think he talked about some of it when he was on that live stream with us. He was on 2 different live streams.
Huh?
And
I'm just wondering what other people do when, like, instead of coming on Facebook, what do other people do to try to prove fuckery or chicanery or bullshit or whatever?
Well, he went through the Becker photos, and he found a lot of photos that if they were actually taken at the time they were taken, he should have been in the background of them. So he's pretty certain that some of those were staged later.
Who'd he tell? I mean, for us, we told the world on YouTube. I mean, we were in YouTube.
We were in Facebook groups. We were in Facebook groups talking about it. We were in smaller groups having video chats on it, and then he talked about it in the live streams that he just recently did. He avoided a lot of live streams for a long time because he was just sick of people telling him he was an actor, he was a crisis actor, it was all fake. But now that it's been 3 years, he doesn't really give a shit what anybody thinks. So he decided, he'll come on and talk. So he came on twice and talked. But he's a real genuine, nice guy.
I know. I talked to him. I tried to get him on. You know that. I went to bat for him and shit. So I don't even think that, I'm not calling him a crisis actor or even a liar. I think there's more than likely got fooled. But, I would still like to hear.
That's a possibility. Yeah, that's a
even
possibility.
Somebody who was there and got fooled, I'd like to talk to those people and listen to what they got to say. But I'm not. Nothing's going to change my mind after all this time. What I've seen, there was no massacre.
Body says, hang on, let me call Mr. Burgundy and get him in here. Are you being sarcastic there, or are you being serious? The last couple times I talked to Burgundy, he has stepped away from Vegas when all the things were happening, like Joe's driveway and police coming to houses and employers being called and our children being called. Burgundy stepped away from Vegas because he didn't want to
Guys
be
were getting shot in the street. It was just like the Gambino crime family in the 70s.
Yeah, I don't know. Just so that Mills knows, Truth and You and Joe, who are on the panel with us now, they both live in Vegas. And Joe actually had somebody show up at his house.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mills.
Yeah, I actually got to meet that somebody face to face.
If you want to say who showed up at your house, you can say it, but I don't want to because I don't want the guys sending cops after me again.
Oh, fucking turd breath. Who cares?
You know who that is, Mills?
If you want to know about Vegas, you done come to the right place. Yeah, you come to the right place.
Could I ask you a couple of questions, Joe?
Buddy. Absolutely.
So the 58 that are supposedly dead that were shot in the venue, do you believe they're alive and well right now and living?
I do not believe that.
Okay, what's your theory on what's happened to them?
I don't know exactly. I got a couple ideas.
I think some were brought in from outside.
Man, we can't say.
I think there were some brought in from outside. I think that there were really 58 dead people, but I don't think they were all shot inside that venue. Just like the Mike Anderson who committed suicide earlier that day, but all of a sudden he was listed among the dead. So I think that there were really dead people, but it wasn't the people that they were telling us were all in the venue.
Did anybody investigate the dead? I'm not going to say it. I'm done.
Oh, did we investigate the dead? I was in one of the groups I was in, I was assigned 2 people. And I will tell you that one of the people's autopsies had her tattoos wrong. So she was a bunch of BS. And that's one of Dub's favorite people. And another one, there was another issue with on video, a tattoo that we went and researched this guy and found other pictures of him at other places with his tattoo, and it was on the wrong side of his chest. So unless the pictures that we saw in the other places, like somebody told me sometimes pictures can get mirrored, which is always a possibility.
If it's mirrored, it would be backwards writing on the, or
there were no letters.
Okay, all right.
It was a big paw print, like with claws.
In my limited research, autopsies are not my specialty. I'm familiar with that aspect of the case, but in my limited research, I think I didn't research every autopsy, but every autopsy I did research had problems.
Every autopsy had a problem.
I think after about 5 of them, I stopped with the autopsies.
I went through every autopsy in depth. Now, Paladin had gone and figured out which, because they didn't have the names on them. He had gone and figured out which autopsy was which person. So if I was working on a person, I would email him and say, okay, what number is so-and-so? And he'd tell me. He didn't give me the whole list because he said it's somebody else's work. I can give you piece by piece, but I can't just turn over their work to you. But he had gone through the entire autopsy thing. And I had started doing the autopsies. I got really deep into the autopsies, and it's like there are wounds listed on people that are not the same wounds we see in videos, mainly live leaks. Clothing was listed wrong. The person they told us was Brian Fraser that was getting CPR in that wheelbarrow. In the autopsy, there were no injuries on his neck, not even a scratch. And also his clothing was wrong. He wasn't wearing the same clothes. There's a multitude of people that were taken to the hospital and were listed as naked. And it's like, where do you get these people naked? They're coming out of the morgue because they're not coming out of that venue naked. And there was just way too much stuff with the autopsies. They weren't signed until February of the next year. because the coroner wasn't going to release him, and a court actually ordered him to release him, and he got fined $35,000. So yeah, the whole deal with the autopsies is a whole bunch of bullshit. They're like 6 pages long, and your typical autopsies, you know, I mean, Paddock's autopsy or whoever that man was, that was more of a realistic autopsy. It was many, many pages.
Okay.
But we still don't have diagrams. We don't have, you know, they're supposed to weigh your kidney. And I mean, there's so much stuff they do when they do an autopsy that it's like wasn't listed on these, that I think they were just hodgepodge together because the court told them to release them and they just made some shit up and gave it to us. And they weren't smart enough to think we'd cross match.
Actually, what's funny is those autopsies weren't paper. They were made on the internet. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Truth Seeker, you get 20 points. When I go live, you're going to get 20 points right away.
What do I get 20 points for?
For that little, your autopsy speech right there. I think you just nailed it pretty good.
I could get my notes out and blow you away with my autopsy stuff. This is just stuff I'm thinking in my mind.
That's what I want to hear, what you're thinking in your mind. I don't want your notes out because I know you know your stuff. I want to know talk to me, Goose. Tell me.
Well, no, I can tell you my stuff that's in my mind, but my notes are more exact. Like my notes are, I know, you know, which doctors did which autopsies, which doctors they flew in from other cities to do autopsies, how many autopsies each person did. I mean, like in my notes, I've got like the exact intricate information you would be looking for, but just off the top of my head, I don't have that good of a memory to, you know, start quoting that. Like I know that Vegas had, I don't know, I think it was like maybe 25 different coroners that could have done autopsies, but yet Lisa Gavin did Paddock's autopsy by herself. Another one did like 2 or 3 autopsies, and all the rest were done by out-of-state people. And 2 of them were military people.
Which is why, Truth Seeker, would you say, in my book, you're the world's leading expert on Vegas shooting autopsies?
No, so Paladin is.
What I would like to know is, have you reached the point yet, in your professional opinion, that you've tossed out the autopsies as bullshit on the whole, on the face of them? Autopsy bullshit.
I have not tossed out Paddock's, or well, the one that they said, it says at the top of his autopsy, Stephen tentatively Paddock. So it's not even for sure telling us that it's Paddock. That autopsy I haven't thrown out yet, just because there's so much of that doesn't match his FAA records. I like to have them to compare, plus his was longer. But all those other autopsies I'll toss right out the window. They were not complete autopsies. No one hands you a 4 to 6 page autopsy.
Okay, and they were made on a computer.
They were court ordered to issue them, so they just wrote them all down and they signed them in February of the following year. And it's like, if I go in and do an autopsy on October 3rd, I'm going to sign it October 3rd. All
right. So, and I agree with you, which brings the question to my mind. And I've gone through this with other people, as I'm sure you know. But so now I would like to ask Mills.
Yeah, we need to let Mills do some talking. We brought him on as our original guest, so ask him some questions.
Bullshit. And she is the world's leading authority, you know, as far as I'm concerned.
I listened to the Paladin podcast for their a long time ago, and I have to agree. The autopsies were sloppy, very, very sloppy. There was a lot of information missed.
I'm saying bullshit. They're not just sloppy. I'm saying I'm throwing them out. They're so terrible. I can't even believe them for a second.
Well, Paladin was like my mentor going through the autopsy stuff. So when you keep saying I'm the expert, it's Paladin that's the expert on those. He led me down the right path to go look at what I needed to look at. But he's the authority in the Vegas community on the autopsies, would be what I would say.
No. Well, you're better looking. You're the best looking autopsy expert in the whole thing. So what I'm saying is we're tossing them out, man. And which brings up the question in my mind. Those poor 58 people who got shot, where are their autopsies? Where are their good, clean autopsies? Why are they fucking with those dead people? Somebody ought to look into that.
Well, you know, the only person that fought to have an autopsy not released besides the coroner was that officer Hartfield, Charleston Hartfield.
How come all 58 families aren't down there petitioning the coroner and City Hall to to find some justice for those poor 58 angels, their loved ones.
Well, I don't
They're being
understand
lied
that
to
either. I would be
these
screaming at
bullshit
the top of the
autopsies.
roof.
Right.
If they
right,
handed me a 6-page autopsy
right.
and it was all fishy as this whole thing was, I'd be having a
Hell of
fit.
questions.
I think the families were pushed away, and I think they were told to be quiet.
Paid and gag order.
Would that stop
I
you
think so,
if
yeah.
your daughter was
Who
drug
told them to be
around? Like,
quiet,
hold
and
on.
how much did they tell them?
I just think that they were just told to just, it's over with. Here's some, it could be money. Who knows? It could be the fact that they're still alive. The families are still alive. You never know, right? You never know how deep it can go. But I truly think that, the families are that's why they're not going and then knocking on the doors and making a big ruckus, because I think they were told to stay away.
Well, we ought to find out who's
But
telling
there's
the
not
these are-
enough
these are-
money in the world or enough threats anybody could give me if my kid was one of those kids
I
and
agree.
they told me my child was dead and then
Yeah.
handed me that shitty little autopsy. I mean, they could say, we'll give you $2 million, keep your mouth shut. It's like, I'd tell them to shove it up their butt. There's no way they would keep me quiet. No
That's
way.
why I think
And
it's kind of
58
insulting to say that to the kin, the next of kin for all these dead people. I mean, why are these dead people they must be being shut up and being silenced by the most evil entity on the planet.
You can bring this back to Sandy Hook. Those parents weren't even allowed to identify their children's bodies.
Oh,
They whisked them away. The parents could never see them, but yet all the parents believed them. And it's like, did they pay those parents off? It's like, I mean, if I had a kindergartner and they told me my kindergartner was slaughtered, it's like, I wouldn't care what condition my kid was in. I'd be holding that,
so
blown apart kid in my arms.
The families must be just being terrorized then into silence because money won't do it, right?
Maybe they are like scaring them. I don't know. I know that there is one mother.
Would you be scared?
Somebody that
into
was shot
silence?
there that has also been at 3 other mass shootings.
Would you be
It's
scared?
very suspicious to me.
Would you be scared into not saying nothing if it was one of your family?
They couldn't scare me enough. I had cops with AR-15s come to my door at 2 a.m. telling me to cease and desist my Vegas investigation. So it's like, no one's going to scare me away. Not if it was my child.
You're not calling them pussies then, are you? Because nobody's talking. Nobody's demanding justice.
We lost
and
truth
if we
in
believe
you.
people died, then we ought to be banging down the door to City Hall and find out who the 58 people are. Because the autopsies ain't bullshit. So I don't want to hear about the autopsy. You know what I'm saying? I hate those autopsies.
Joe, I have another question for you.
Yes, sir.
Whatever was flying into the venue that were supposedly injuring the people, the 58 and all the other people that were that had all the other injuries. What were those? Was it bullets? Was it pellets? Was it recordings? What do you think that was?
The survivors now. Okay.
Like what was hitting? Like, so you can hear in some
I've
of the
seen
videos.
I've seen videos of people, they get shot with something. Now, and you can tell because they react instantly. They grab their leg and they fall to the ground instantly. They got hit with something. And you can even see like where the impact of it on their flesh, like in slow-mo, the ripple effect, on somebody's thigh or whatever. What those videos are is pellets, high-powered pellet guns that people in the crowd were shooting at other people in the crowd for the sole purpose of just exactly what we're talking about, to add realism to the show. Now, I can prove this one in multiple videos. As a matter of fact, it's posted on my channel right now if anyone wants to go look, but it's pellets.
I need to address something Body's asked in here. He asked if anyone ever identified the person on the Tropicana roof.
The what? Who?
We were going to bring back on Joe Napoli and Angelica Gretchen to talk about the Tropicana roof runner, but I will tell you a very strange story. I've told it before, and I don't know that this is the Tropicana roof runner, but the guy Kai Dunbar in 2014 that was caught in the Mandalay Bay with the weapons, his sister was at Route 91 and posted a bunch of stuff on her Facebook and telling her story and her experience, which I find is really, really creepy that she was at the same place where her brother years ago was, you know, with all those weapons pointing out the window. But anyway, she said that her and her friends were on the Tropicana roof hiding. And then they left there and went into another room, and in the other room they took video. So I've got a video on my channel. It's buried way deep. It might even be unlisted. I'm not sure, but about her. So it's possible she was who was on the Tropicana roof. But I think it could have been a shooter up there. I don't know.
She saw somebody or no?
She says that her and her friends were hiding up on the Tropicana roof.
So they didn't see nothing.
Nope. They were hiding up there, and then they found their way into the Tropicana, and they were in a room, and she videoed the room. They ran into some other people, and she was in the room. Huh?
You think she's lying?
Well, there's a 50-50 chance because of the connection with her brother. Also, their father had tickets to Route 91, and he put them on his Facebook up for sale a few weeks before the concert. And I just thought that was pretty darn coincidental that in 2014, their brother was the one that was caught with all those weapons in his room at Mandalay Bay. And then all of a sudden, the dad had tickets and was selling them, and the sister was at the concert and hiding up on the Tropicana roof. So it's like, I do believe that she was there because this video, she was scared shitless. The video in the room that they were hiding in after they got off the roof was all dark. You couldn't really see the people. You could just hear their voices. But this girl had, and the guys that were in this video, there was a whole lot of fear in there. And there was a lot of yelling and screaming. And they had ran into another group of people, and a guy was yelling and going, "Look, you're safe in here. Do you think this place is surrounded by cops?" And she kept saying, "Is somebody after us? Is there terrorists after us?" So it seemed legitimate to me, but I still got the 50%. What movie?
Blair Witch Project.
Yeah.
There's a lot of videos look just like that Blair Witch Project, and that's what the one you're describing sounds like to me. I'm just telling you.
It's even darker than that.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you can
you
just barely see a flash of people here and there because they were hiding in a really, really dark place.
All right. Well,
I will send you the link to that video if you want to play it on your channel sometime. I took it off my channel because I had a survivor, and you guys are going to know who I'm talking about, that was going through my videos and contacting other survivors and getting me copyright strikes and all kinds of different things for covering their stories without their permission and blah, blah, blah. So I think at that time I put the Dunbar video on
that's pretty
unlisted.
Yeah, I heard of that happening. That's pretty that's so bullshit. Such bullshit right there.
She's a bitch. I think she's the one that called the cops on me. She lives in the same county that I asked my cops where they got their report from, and they gave me the phone number of the sergeant in California. Well, I called him and had a long talk with him and kind of read him the riot act about why would you put this report out without proof. But it was in the county that her and our other favorite friend that showed up in your driveway, they both live in that county where that report against me came from.
Oh, well, there you go. That's even more fucking bullshit. But I just meant, like, it's bullshit that any survivor would not want you to tell their story. Like, take my story down off your channel, of my privacy and all that. That's just bullshit. It's such...
I had a girl from the Gilroy shooting.
Huh?
There were 3 people from the Vegas shooting that were also at the Gilroy shooting. And this one lady had actually gone to newspapers and put her story, and I got her video. I didn't even know she had a Facebook page, but I got her video off of a newspaper. You know, when you look online for newspaper articles and they kind of show videos on them. So I made a whole video about this, and that same person that we were just talking about contacted her, and her mom messaged me having a fit about this video, and finally I just took it down because I was afraid I was going to get a strike. And it was like everything
Well,
I posted was publicly posted on the internet, and I didn't get it off her Facebook page. I got it off newspaper articles. Like, she went to the
Right.
press, gave interviews, gave them all her information, and that's what I used.
Yeah. Yes.
So they were out to get me
survivors
for a
want their
while.
story to get out. So that's why we're not talking about survivors. We're talking about actors and shills.
Yes.
Yes.
She was more than happy to give her story to the papers and
Right.
the press, but she certainly didn't want people like us putting her story on
Because her motivations are not what she states they are. Her motivation in this whole thing is not to get her story out for truth or justice. No.
Well, the strange
Unless
thing too is, do you remember it was either one of the Becker photos or one of the Locker photos, but do you remember the photo of the man in the wheelchair that the lady was pushing out?
Yeah, what does he say? Like, he got hit with a beanbag? Is that one?
Well,
Or different?
he never said anything, but he was one of those, that big batch of real professional looking pictures. He was the guy that's in the wheelchair being pushed out. He was also with the lady at the Gilroy Garlic Festival and his brother.
Wow.
So how strange is that? 3 survivors from Vegas. One of them's in the famous photo, and then they're the 3 at the Garlic Gilroy Festival, which I'm telling you, that one was a bunch of BS.
I bet if we go look, we'd probably find them at fucking Sandy Hook too, man. I mean, they're crisis actors, and they're doing their part. I mean, places like this Crisis Company or Crisis Cast or whatever the hell company the name is, they advertise that that's a service they provide for their clients.
Well, I do believe that they hired some, but I don't believe everybody that was there was a crisis actor. What do you think about that, Todd and Matt?
I agree. I think it was. I think there was a few crisis, but I think the rest are real.
Why?
Because they would have never been able to hire enough people to fill that venue.
There's just exactly. There's too many people in that crowd.
Huh?
There's too many people in that crowd to have crisis actor. You can't just hire thousands of crisis actors. It's too much.
You can. You absolutely can. I've got a phone call of a guy doing it and asking, like, well, how much is it for actors? What kind of service they provide? Okay, how much is the Wrangler? That sort of thing. Companies actually do provide that service.
But for that many people?
Yeah. What do you think, they got a cap on the number of people?
Well, there's so many of the survivors that don't believe the narrative. Almost all of them don't believe the narrative.
But they all believe that somebody died, don't they? They all believe somebody died.
If they were all crisis actors, though, they would be 100% sticking to the narrative because that's what they would be paid to do. That's just my opinion.
Not necessarily. I'd hire some actors and tell them go out there and pretend to be a survivor who doesn't believe the narrative and point out some rabbit holes to some motherfuckers.
How many people do you believe that were in the venue on Sunday night on the first? How many thousands do you think were there?
At 10:05 when the shooting started?
Yes, yeah.
I estimate there's about 7,500 people in the venue.
And how many do you think are crisis actors out of the 7,500?
That's a good question. All right. Well, at first I thought all of them. Absolutely. I mean, if I'm running the show, if I'm the director on this big Hollywood level budget show we're putting on here, and everybody here said they seen staging, so that's what we're looking at, a show. If I'm in charge of it, nobody's going to come near the strip that isn't in on it. Okay, I'm gonna gate the area off. Nobody's gonna cross Tropicana until I'm done with my show here, and so everybody's gonna be inactive. Now, however, that's with the caveat that I think the vast majority of them are firefighters, nurses, EMTs, first responders, ex-military, ex-cops, etc. People who got a ticket somehow, one way or another, in the days leading up to the event. Many of them probably weren't aware quite how serious what was going to happen. They probably didn't know how serious it was going to be, that it was going to be this big thing. And some people may have given their tickets to their brother, their cousin, their sister, their whatever. But the vast majority are, at a minimum, in on it somewhere. Now, most of them are probably, level one in on it. In other words, they got a ticket, they signed a waiver, they were told act natural when, whatever happens, happens. That's level one. Then you got the Wranglers. They're like supervisors. Probably got about 20, 30 of them out there barking orders at people, telling them what to do. And then you got a few actual directors, like in helicopters above the scene, giving the final orders.
That's a lot of planning.
I got a question for Mills, since he was there at the second.
More than you can imagine, Mills. It's decades of planning.
But
Mills,
why?
in any of the photographs did you hunt for bullet strikes?
Mills.
You could only get like the venue's still obviously tarped off with the black whatever that is, the matting across the fences or whatever. But yeah, I tried to look around and find some stuff, but it's so hard because people had ripped at that black tarp for years before that, and you don't know if it's a bullet hole or if it's someone just using their finger and pulling it down just to see inside the venue. And it was too hard to find anything.
But did you search on like street poles? Did you look on cement to see if you could see chunks missing? I mean, was that like one of your focuses or not really?
It was just kind of like, I wanted to see what the inside the venue kind of looked like, and I kind of wanted to see from different angles what where everything looked like from the hotel to where all the gates were, that sort of thing. I did try and look at some of the brick that was on the outside there, and I didn't see any strikes. I did see a stop sign that had some bullet holes in it. I can't remember what street it was on, but there were, I think Shepard and Bellis actually talked about that, and he had pictures of bullet holes on a stop sign, but who knows how long those had been there for and where they came from. We don't know.
I know they didn't come from room 32135. I know that.
I agree with that.
All right, cool. Then we agree on more than you think, I bet. I got a question. I forgot what my question was. I was listening to Mills, and I had a question.
Oh, and Dub is saying the 50 were not counted in the homicide reports. Now, who was it? Alan Dion that was telling us that those were listed in a separate report? Because I do remember that they weren't in the homicide report. Does anyone else remember when that was going on?
No, but here's my question. Anybody who doesn't, to the people who don't believe that it went down the way I just labeled it, went down like mostly crisis actors, directors, barking orders, etc. People who don't believe that, but yet saw staging, what do y'all think it was that you saw then? If not exactly what I just described.
I think it was a mixture of both.
Hollywood movie being filmed. Huh?
I think it was a mixture of both.
Why?
Because they didn't really have 58 people inside that venue that died. So they had to stage some.
Why would anybody sabotage the drill or the show, whatever you want to call it?
Okay, my theory on that, and it's not a fact, but my theory on that is that something was planned that went very, very wrong. And if there was a drill set for that night, someone hijacked the drill or messed up what they were supposed to do, and I think it was a clusterfuck and didn't go down the way they planned for it to go down, and I think that's why everything's so confusing.
Okay.
Like if I'm a terrorist
Yeah.
and I find out, hey, guess what? October 1st, they're going to have a drill going on
Here's
in
the thing.
Vegas. That's the day I'm going to pick to go do my terror attack.
Okay, because I had this theory, Truth Seeker, you know. So here's the thing about that. Here's where it breaks down, because I had the same thing. So you got a drill going on. Somebody gets wind of it, and they decide to hijack it. For what reason and who does it? Now, who's your best guess of who does it? Who hijacks it? Metro is doing the drill. Who's doing the hijacking?
Metro's
And
doing
for
the
what
drill, and
purpose?
who hijacked it? Okay, I'm going to tell you. I don't know if these are the people that hijacked it, but I know these are the people that had foreknowledge. Down below Southern California, there's cartels, and there were cartel
MS-13.
members. I can prove to you there were cartel members that were in attendance. They had some stuff going on Twitter. They were discussing it. And I hate to get into this, and I don't like to talk about it too much because I don't want to find someone's head on my porch.
It's okay, because yeah,
But
don't do it. Don't do it.
The girl in the front that was telling people they were going to die was Hispanic. The girls on the haystack that were saying,
Yeah.
you know, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of stuff going down at the swimming pool that connects the Delano and the
Okay.
yeah. Anyways, we've put this whole big thing together.
There
but we've
was some
never discussed it
MS-13.
out loud. Yeah, like MS-13 types.
They
yes.
were on the ground. They were on the ground.
They
But
were
let's-
there observing. I don't know if they did any shooting, but they were definitely there
Well,
observing.
they didn't do no shooting, or they probably did, but they didn't do it on the strip. Who knows? But yeah, they're bad people and they do bad things. You know, and I'm sure they were. You know, if I was running this operation, I could use some MS-13 on the ground myself. But why
They
would
were their eyes and
MS-13
ears and signals.
Why would MS-13 hijack a drill? Why
They didn't
wouldn't
hijack
Metro-
it? They were just
wait,
told
I'm not
about it,
done.
and they went to observe because it was fun for them.
They went to observe, but then it just went off without a hitch, and they watched it happen.
Well, the one lady in the front got kicked out of the venue. The haystack people
here's
actually
my
gave
point.
the people a report. The pool people all had witness reports in there. You know, if you went through the thousands of pages of documents, there was a lot of people down at the pool that had overheard other people talking about it.
Yeah.
Nene, bless her soul, had found a bunch of the audio tapes of I think it was a 911 outpost or a police outpost somewhere getting hijacked by someone that had a Turkish accent, and she thinks that, you know, well, I don't know exactly what she thinks.
Why did Metro cover for them? Then why would Metro cover for MS-13?
Well, I don't think MS-13 pulled it off. I think they were just given the heads
so
up
who
about it,
hijacked
so
the
they
drill?
went there to watch. But I
Who
think
hijacked it?
Metro would cover this all up because they needed it to be a soul shooter to save their economy and their tourism industry. There
I
was
agree
so
to that
much
one, too.
pre-knowledge of this with the stocks being sold and all of this stuff. It's like I
Okay,
think there
then-
was a lot of foreknowledge. that this
Okay,
was
would you
coming.
say that there was a lot of foreknowledge? So who hijacked it? Who had the foreknowledge?
That I do not know. The
Not too many.
the men
There
in
aren't
black.
too many
The men in black
organizations
did all the
that could
witness.
even attempt it.
There was men in black that many witnesses in those witness reports saw walking down the street with some
Sure.
with weapons, some without. So I'm gonna say the men in black probably got the hell out of Dodge, but they're probably the ones that hijacked it.
So a rogue aspect, a rogue faction of our government.
It could be our government. I mean, ISIS claimed responsibility. I don't really go
It
with the
wasn't
ISIS
ISIS.
theory, but that's
It wasn't
possible.
ISIS.
A faction of our
not
government, a faction of the deep state. It's like somebody could have hijacked
Sure.
it. And I'm not
Yeah.
even saying that that's my theory that I believe in. I'm just
Okay,
saying
I'm asking.
that's a
I'm
possibility.
asking you. I know all the possibilities, Teresa. I'm asking you. We're working on you now. So, what do you think? Who do you think hijacked it? Don't tell me who you think could have hijacked it. Who do you think hijacked it?
Cartel.
For what?
Fun. They're evil, mean people.
Okay.
There was
Okay.
there was a bunch
Fair
of
enough.
stuff going on
They're
with
fucking
Sheriff
psychos.
Lombardo where he was making deals with the gangs and the gang
Okay,
leaders.
okay. Now you're talking.
Do you remember back in that time? It was right around the same time as the shooting. He was going through negotiations to try to keep the gangs out of there. And I think so many people came up from Southern California. I think it was some kind of retaliation or something. Or actually, these people they could have been hired to do it, but they
Why does
don't seem to
Lombardo
have
get
any
ambushed?
remorse about anything they do. They're just evil.
Right, they're scumbags. They're horrible. They're horrible. I'm not defending
You know,
them.
they'll
But
take
why,
up a body
why?
and chop it up without thinking twice.
Absolutely, they kill women and children. They're disgusting, vile animals.
Now, I
So why
don't
would
believe they would have
Lombardo?
killed 58 people, but it's like they could have killed 10 or 15.
Okay, well, that just brings up a whole bunch of other questions. But my first question was, then why does Lombardo just look like a dipshit, blah blah blah, and shit in his pants,
Because he's
and
got
letting
Rouse
you get away
behind
with
him.
it? Huh?
He's got Rouse behind him, breathing down the back of his neck.
Why would Rouse go to bat for him? If I had a sheriff
Because Rouse
under me
knew what
who
happened.
was mixed up with the MS-13, I'd bury him, and and if I was Lombardo, it doesn't make sense. It wasn't MS-13 behind it. I don't doubt that MS-13 members were on the ground for various reasons.
I don't think that they did the actual killing, but I do think they had foreknowledge and they were there. They were there purely for entertainment to watch what was going to happen, and they thought it was funny.
Who'd they watch hijack a drill? Oh, my phone died. Son of a gun.
Todd and Matt, you guys chime in on this. Because to me, this is just one of my this isn't like my top theory. This is just one of my way far out, what if things. But
I don't go that route.
You don't think there was any foreknowledge in people that were there just to observe?
Well, I missed it. I was on the phone with my dad. I don't know if you got my message, but I was on the phone, so I didn't really get a hold of it.
No, I haven't been able to follow chat. It's flying by pretty fast.
Well, I'm sure that maybe there was some kind of foreknowledge. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I can't say that for sure. But who knows?
Now, I will tell you something strange is the girl that gave the interview about the person in the front of the place saying you're all going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Later on that night, she shows up in body cam. And she had given a, little talk. She never mentioned to these cops anything about that girl at that time. She just did on the news interview.
Mm-hmm.
And she had already been back to her hotel and then came out. It was like 1:30 in the morning or something, came out to chat with these cops. And I always thought that was really weird and that maybe that whole story about someone in the front of the crowd was BS. Because if she got safely home to her hotel, why would she come back out on the street and not tell those cops that story? But she was right there in front of the news camera talking about it.
I thought that was weird too. I've seen that footage. Yeah.
But the personality makes it to where you can't see it.
Joe, we lost, but Truth and You's back.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're here, yes. You don't have your flashy eyes, though. You guys ask Todd some questions. Ask Todd some questions because he's our special guest.
Okay.
And I want to have him
ask
and Matt
you
chime in on some of this.
Okay. So, did you study the guy on the floor?
The guy that wasn't Paddock?
Yep. The
No,
dead
we're not
body.
even gonna go there.
We looked.
You looked. Okay. Did you look close? Did you see anything different from the pictures of Paddock to the guy on the floor?
Definitely the ears.
Oh, ears. I'm known for the ears, huh?
Ears
All
is
right,
Truth and You's favorite thing.
All right. Well, let's go into the ears real quick since so you saw the ear with the lobe and that kind of threw you, or was it the other ear? Which
it was
ear?
it was like, so one's detached and one's attached.
Yeah, Xander
Okay.
made that poster that he used at the protest that had all the different ears of Paddock all lined up.
Right, and they
And
all
every
didn't
different
match. Right?
photograph, they didn't match. There's
Okay,
a
and
small
you know how
percent of the population that has attached earlobes, and the body on the floor and the photographs we saw of Paddock, no way.
Okay, so you know how they did that, right?
No,
No.
Okay,
it wasn't him.
no one knows how to do it. Well, I can't even take the credit because Thumper found something, and it was a while back in his videos. I don't even know if they let it stay up, but in all actuality, Thumper found the face generating software that they've had for many, many years. Not just, this isn't a new thing. So in all actuality, we're talking about they can make 50 paddocks, but they all have different dimensions and different spots, but they look similar. You see what I'm saying? So this is what they were. The reason why I said 50, I'm not even going to get into that. But do you understand what I'm saying? So in other words, they could put in a person's face, like say Eric Paddock, and they could make facsimiles similar to him with the software that they have instantaneously. Okay, they could probably invent a person a second in all actuality. So that never existed before. People don't believe me. We'd have to show the face generating software video, and maybe they'd catch on to that, but they have had this technology for quite a long time, and people have been fooled. And it's very easy to be fooled. If you're not looking close at the details, then you will be fooled. I was fooled. I'm not saying I'm above being fooled. I thought there was a fourth floor shooter, dude. Okay. I was looking into outside shooters like the helicopters and the people in the RV and the people down the street and people over at Motel 6 could never find them. But I was looking at the Ninja on Tropicana and the people at the Bellagio trying to find some video. And I was everywhere. And I'll let you know something, buddy. There is nothing. Okay, nothing. Zero. No other shooters. None down the street. No video of any shooter. Now, what do you think about that, Mills? I blew your mind.
No, I'll have to disagree. I'm sorry. It's just
I disagree.
Yeah.
Are you disagreeing with which?
With
everything.
With Pat?
Yeah. It's just too much. It's too much of a setup. It's just so much.
I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. You match the ears up. You know the ears don't match himself in any video or any picture. I mean, you know that the guy's face doesn't match himself in any photograph or any video. The guy who came in the elevator, the guy who's in the valet, the guy that was gambling 5 days later. You know he doesn't match at all. Okay, so you're telling me that's bullshit.
Oh no, not the Paddock part. The Paddock part.
No, I agree with the Paddock part.
Okay, so you can believe the Paddock part, but you can't believe that. Let me guess. Okay, all those other shooters are not real. You know what I mean? You think that there's some other shooter that was outside of the venue or in the venue
Inside
somewhere.
the venue too, yeah.
Yeah.
You believe that there's a shooter inside the venue?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to screen share something real quick, just because Truth in You was talking about how, we can be deceived, and Dub's talking about how, the same person's seen at different places. I'm going to show you something Edward found out of a documentary about
good
the
old
Oklahoma
Edward?
City bombing. Yeah, where is he? He's sleeping still. I sent him a message. Anyways, he had found this out of a documentary about the Oklahoma City bombing. And I just it's just 2 minutes long, but I want to show you guys this and see if your jaw drops when you see a certain person. But hang on, let me do the screen share of it, because this to me has always just been kind of funny. So, all right, I think it should be showing up on the screen now.
City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens. 168 people were killed in the blast and over 800 wounded. The hospitals were overrun with casualties. A rescue worker was killed from falling debris within the first few hours. But what would sear the bombing in the hearts of Americans was the 19 children inside the daycare center in the building who had lost their lives.
The most beautiful memorial left by anyone is not in the rubble of this building, but in the hearts and the lives that knew them and loved them. We come today to remember their lives, and we come today to offer thanks. Thanks for the hundreds and hundreds of people who were involved in the rescue and recovery efforts.
6 years before 9/11, it was the first mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil. The prologue to a new chapter in American history had been written in blood, fear, and shock. Terrorism had struck home. From now on, nothing would be the same. 6 years before 9/11, it was the first mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil. The prologue to a terrorist attack on American soil. The prologue attack on American soil. The prologue terrorist attack on American soil. The prologue.
Hey, Schofield.
I was in a weird place. Are you crazy? I like going out there with a loaded gun. Family wealthy. I mean, he's the reason I was able to retire. Okay? I didn't love my job. I pretty much hated my job, but I made a lot of money. I created 4 children.
Motherfucker. Yeah, you remember the famous quote of mine, you stupid motherfuckers. You stupid motherfuckers. Well, that's right. Go fuck yourself and die.
Don't look the same to me.
So that is just, hang on, I gotta get that off of there.
Well, you know whose video that came out of, so it wasn't a shocker. I'm not really shocked by it.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out what I need to turn off to shut something up. Okay. No, the thing is I think that guy looks just like Eric Paddock, but you look at the year the Oklahoma City bombing is, and then add on how many years it's been. So even though he looks like Eric Paddock nowadays, it's like Eric wouldn't have looked like that back then. So I don't think that was Eric, but I could see how people would look at that and say, oh my God, there's a crisis actor. That guy's Eric Paddock.
He didn't.
And then Schofield's thing at the end was just funny. That came off my channel. But anyways, I just thought since you were talking about Eric, that was funny to show.
Yeah, well, he most likely was the facsimile, program to make the Paddocks. You know what I mean? To make the brother Paddock or whatever they.
You don't think Eric's real?
No, I think Eric's real. The one that was in video there, with the whiny little screechy voice. My brother is, all right, but the guy that was in the bed, that's another.
I gotta tell you what, the guy that was in the bed is the guy I talked to on the phone for 20 minutes because I called 5x5 right after they did the NServe little thing, and he put me on speakerphone. So for 20 minutes, I got to question that guy about his brother, and he was totally like, "Nope, he did it. Nope, he did it." And I was telling him about how his height was wrong. And his eye color was wrong, and They didn't let you identify the ashes. I asked him if they did DNA from anyone in his family. He said no. And this guy did everything he could do to convince me that his brother did this. And no matter what information I gave him that we had found in our research about the Paddock and the autopsy and the FAA records, he was sticking to his guns, telling me, nope, nope, nope. It's my brother. It's my brother. And I had always thought in my mind that if my brother were accused of doing something, and they didn't let our family identify his body, and they just handed us a box of ashes several months later. And then I had some girl on the phone saying, well, you know, these records don't match up, and he's too short, and his scars were wrong, and his eye color was wrong. I would be going, are you shitting me? You mean that might not have been my brother? And he was totally trying to convince me that was his brother. And that's the guy that was laying in bed, because that was that hotel thing where they went on NServe and did the little thing. And I had called Mike right away, and that's when he put him on the phone. So I know the guy laying in the bed was the guy I talked to, and it did totally not match those interviews earlier that we saw of him going, Steve loved everybody, and I just don't understand. You know, it was totally different personality.
Right. And I mean, the guy on the bed, stupid motherfuckers, I mean, you know, doesn't match up either. You know what I mean?
Well, it actually creeped me out a little bit. I remember I was so creeped out, I called Brian Eskew right away. And I was like, okay, what if that wasn't Eric and I actually was talking to Stephen Paddock? You know, like, what if, you know, the guy's still alive and that's who Turber was with, and it wasn't even Eric? And it freaked me out a little bit because he didn't sound or match anything.
Right.
I went and started watching all those old Eric interviews that night. I was trying to remember the voice in my head and then watching these interviews, and I was like, it didn't seem like the same person. You know, and Turber kept saying, no, that's Eric. And then Eric was in Ramsey's documentary, which was the reason they were in that hotel room. So it's like, I got to believe it was Eric, because he did show up in the documentary, and that's when they were filming it.
Right. What I think they've been doing is quite a good job of cleaning up. So we come up with discoveries, and then they go back and they try to you know, make them seem like they're real now. You know what I mean? A little video editing or you know, picture, you know, fabrication. And this is what goes on, you know, because they know what we think and what we found. You know, it's not like we hid it. We told everybody, and then everybody got to see it. And now they're like, go back, and they doctor stuff. You know, prime example, the front door. But they didn't realize they had like 3 takes of the front door. You know, now the door has holes in it. You know what I mean? Upon breach, and little bits of wood on the bottom of the door just happen to be there. Seems pretty weird, since there was no bullet holes and there was no bits of anything. We still didn't put any char marks or any real noticeable broken pieces of the door anywhere. It's shabbily done. But you see, that's what happens when you're involved in this. I don't even know what to call it. I just happen to, you know, I happened to stumble across this nightmare known as Las Vegas shooting, because it happened to happen 3 miles away from my house, you know, and I really, I'll let you know, it's been quite a journey. Quite a journey. I quit 2 years after, so in the second year I gave up on Las Vegas shooting. And it wasn't because of the threats, because there was many. Somebody's typing.
I want to apologize to anyone that's asking questions in the chat that no one's catching, because the chat's just flying by so fast. I'm not trying to ignore anyone. I just can't catch it all.
Sorry,
and I think there's a lot of people in the chat that can probably answer people's questions that are writing them. If you have something that you want to ask a certain person, put it in all caps, and then maybe we won't miss it.
No, we cannot prove there was a shooting at all. gunfire sounds are not enough proof to say there's an actual shooting. There's something called speakers. There's something called LRADs, which the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department bought 2 or 3 months beforehand. Thank you, Swayze, for that one. And I probably would have never found that one. So in all actuality, it's not proof that there was an actual shooting. So what we have to do is prove there was a shooting, and we can't go by a video that's not body cam with a timestamp.
You're talking about all the survivor videos? You can't go by those?
Well, do you know what time they happened? Because there was 2 days later, they still had things locked down. So in all actuality,
if music was playing or lights were on or off based by other videos we have, you can kind of judge the time.
Can you? They had it blocked for everyone. Miles. They had cops up and down the streets. The next night.
I'm talking about the people that were in the concert that took videos, like all the cell phone footage we got.
Right. And what if those people were all right? The problem I have with the cell phone videos is, okay, we could prove that it didn't happen from the cell phone video. You know what I mean? I mean, people are standing up. Take me! Give me a break, okay?
But you never know how you would react if you were drunk off your butt at a concert and something totally unexpected happened. None of us can really judge that.
Would we all walk?
Oh, hell no. I'd either be hauling ass. One thing I would say is if my friend or family member got shot, I would have never left them in that venue. I would have either stayed with them and pulled them to a safe place or dragged their ass out of there. But there were way too many people that just abandoned their husband, wife, girlfriend, buddy, and I thought that was weird. I know they were running for their life, but I would have never left a man behind. Not somebody I would.
There was a lot of big boys in that thing. You know what I mean? I'll let you know something. I don't give a crap how big you are. I'm flying through or around you. I'm by you and I'm at the street. There's no one getting in my way, and if you are, sorry, but I'm gone. You see where I'm at? See what I'm saying? There would be people not just jogging.
I think that you believe truth in you, but I don't think that you can get upset with those of us
I don't
that
drink. So yeah, I guess that's my cognitive dissonance, I guess.
I mean, I'm just seeing a lot of people in the chat, that are just like, wow, and it's like,
I don't even know who that is. Do you?
Aardvark. Hi, Aardvark.
Hi, Aardvark.
Yeah, guy's for real. Truth in You is for real. He lives in Vegas. He's got his own take on this, that it's all fake, but we love him anyways. But
prove it's real.
I don't agree it was all fake. I'm just never going to agree that it was all fake, I don't think.
Okay, that's fine. But can you prove it's real? Who can prove it's real? I want that person. Where are you at? Can you prove it's real? Anyone in the chat? Anyone?
I don't think we can prove anything other than I can prove pretty much
fake. I mean,
it's bullshit.
You live in Vegas too. Nifty.
Mills, what do you think can be proved?
I just got a question about the live leak videos that I think you sent me, Truth.
Yeah.
A while ago. Were there more videos, or is it just that one that leaked out?
Just that one, buddy. Just that one.
No, there's 4.
But
that's the only one. That's the only one that got released.
When I saw that, almost like I was sold on that one. That got me.
I'm good friends with the guy that filmed that, and I've done a lot of work with him for 3 years, and it's like, I think that's the real deal. There are other videos he took that he didn't release, and the reason is that he went and contacted the family members that he could find that were in that video, and some of them got very angry with him you know, for it being released. They got
Yeah.
angry that he didn't do more to save their loved one. I mean, he took a lot of stuff that really broke his heart from some of these family members. So out of courtesy for that, the other ones didn't get released.
I mean,
I've seen him, though.
He was all over the place. There was so much going on that he didn't know where to go first, right?
Right, that's Owen. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was just in shock.
Yeah, I mean, I would be the
Couldn't leave
same.
because his mom was a nurse and she was off taking care of people. He has no medical training at all. So, I mean, he's trying to take pulses and evaluate people. And it's like he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He was just in shock.
I think he just was there just obviously to help. I think it's in his blood. He just was that kind of guy that just wanted to help people out.
I'm trying to hold it. I'm gonna shut it up.
Hold it in, truth in you.
I am confused about one thing in the venue, though. I mean, I've always been confused about this was the gates. I don't know why the gates were blocked off on the last night. And I believe some of the people that went to the concert the 2 days before, I believe, Friday, Saturday, I believe they said that some of the gates were open or like in different areas. And there was only one gate that was open on Sunday night. That's always confused me. And I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah, why would they close you in like that? Oh, it's okay. Let's put it to you like this. Whatever you believe, I don't care, personally. I mean, you have your own belief on this. That's fine. I actually witnessed through all video, all body cam, every FLIR footage, hour, and everything like that. I've witnessed the fakery. Now, you've witnessed it in the room. That's good. I'm glad you guys finally, witnessed that. But the outside is just the same. So I can't agree. So it probably will never agree. You know what I mean? Because of, the countless, maybe, I don't even know, thousands of hours at this point, watching video on the subject, and there's a reason. There's a reason. I mean, there's a reason you probably believe that no one, everybody died. It just was another shooter somewhere, or the reason that you can't get to everything is fake because the people die, the people get shot because these people are wicked. They're worldwide and they're globalists wanting to kill us, right? I mean, I don't know exactly who's what, but the way I look at it is you have to prove there was a shooting, and you haven't. The autopsies were fake. We had no ballistics. The cops were shady. The people were shady. The blood wasn't on the white fence. There was no brain matter anywhere. There was no blood dripping from the white fence. There was no blood all the way down Giles on the sidewalks and the streets. There was no blood anywhere. So we're going to talk about this was a mass murder with pints and pints and pints and pints of blood missing. I don't see that. I'm sorry. Blood just doesn't disappear. It is a cleanup battle. You just don't paint over blood. It's just that simple, okay? If you could prove to me there was blood everywhere, I would like to see it. But I already know that you can't, okay? Because there's not a video I haven't seen.
You live in Vegas, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the venue at all?
Yes, I have.
Did you look around, see what was around at all?
Yes, I have. Did I see the holes in the brick that would have been halfway busted up from that caliber of weapon? No, I did not. Did people say that they were hiding behind a wall and you saw dust flying up? Yes, we did. So, what do you think happened?
Did you take any pictures?
Did I have to? I mean, I took video. I don't take pictures.
Well, video, pictures, whatever.
Yeah, I got tons of video. Yeah, I don't show those. You want me to show you the video? You could go right now. It's the same. They haven't even touched the wall. They haven't even touched the wall at all. It's still the same as the first day it happened. Everything.
I've got this opinion because I
Okay,
love
go
you,
ahead.
Truth, and you know that. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't agree with you. You don't
No,
agree
no.
with me. And everyone's entitled to their own opinion, which is great. But it's like nobody should be trying to force their opinion on everyone else. You should still kind of say, this is my theory and this is what I believe. But
It's not a
you
belief,
spend a
though.
lot of time, and I know Dub does too, trying to convince people that we're all wrong and you're right. And none of us believe the narrative at all, but there are parts, like we do believe
Okay.
some people were shot, we do believe bullets were flying,
What can you
and no, we
prove?
can't prove it. We weren't there, we
Okay,
can't
you
prove
can't
it, but
prove
I
it,
don't think
then
anybody
I
can
could
prove
prove
it.
there's no blood anywhere. I could prove there's no blood on the white
There
fence.
is blood. I've got
Where
videos
is
and
the blood on
pictures
the
of
white
blood.
fence? The blood's on the white fence?
Well,
No, there isn't.
not the white fence, but there's blood other
Well, why not?
places.
People died in front of the white fence. So from that, you would see blood from the white fence all over the white fence in all actuality. If from that angle, you would have blood splatter everywhere right there. It wouldn't just be a little bit either. It would be a whole lot.
And I
Go-
agree with
go-
you, and I have no explanation for that.
Okay. All right. Go hit a watermelon with a .223 caliber weapon or anything high velocity weapon and see what happens. And you will see that that is what would happen to a melon. I mean, a human being's melon. All right. That's what would happen to. Did you see? You saw JFK, right? That was a high
Yes.
caliber weapon. That's what happens to a human being. Okay, you've seen it on camera, right? Okay, so if you've seen it on camera, you know that's what happened. Where is all the debris that came off of? Where is it? Okay, it isn't there. It isn't near the white fence. It isn't anywhere around there. All we have is two little pools of blood. One straight off from the stage, in between the two white fences, and one right up close to the stage. And there is no trail. You see, when people die, they have a trail. If they're like got moved, there would be a trail of blood. Somebody dragged them off or something. You would see the trail. Okay. We don't
Okay,
get to
wait a
see-
minute. I'm going to read something Chris Thompson just said, and this makes a
What
lot
did
of
he say?
sense.
He
It's
agrees.
cool if we can all agree everyone was lied to. And I don't think there's anyone in
agree
this
with that.
room, either on the screen or in the chat, that would not agree that we were lied to. So if we use that
Anybody?
as our common bond between all of us, we all have different opinions on what we were lied to about, but it's like nobody in here believes the story they fed us.
I'm glad that's a plus. There are some though that are not probably in this room.
They're blocked.
Well, maybe. Well, maybe.
Anyone that caused harm to my family or me is blocked, so we don't have them in here arguing with us.
Okay, so
Those are
that's
called
good.
the narrative huggers, by the way.
Yes.
No, we call them huggers. They're just huggers. Huggers.
Whatever.
Joe, do you want me to post the link for you again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on a sec. Go ahead, Mills.
Yeah. How soon after you said you were at the venue? How soon after the shooting were you at the venue, or like in or around the area?
It was days later. They didn't let anybody over near the venue.
Yeah, because it would have been cornered off for a long time, because they
Yeah,
would
it
have
was
still been.
cornered off for a long
Yeah. So is there a good chance that they could have cleaned up some stuff up outside the venue, looking for bullets and stuff as well, though, or?
Well, we witnessed. I mean, you could go watch Truth Seekers footage of them.
Did you see the
cleaning up
4-hour video? It was actually Hangman's footage, and I just put it together.
Well,
And
I'm glad you did.
Did you ever see the video, Mills, about when the FBI cleanup was there?
When they were taking the rollers and yeah, I saw that, but I don't know about all the stuff outside the venue, you know, like the fences and stuff. That I don't know if that was ever roped off and cleaned up and sprayed down, and you know what I mean? Like I don't ever see video on that, right?
Now, Aardvark is in the chat. He doesn't want to come up on the screen, but he was out in front of Luxor, and he actually saw people that were injured.
There was a video where there was lots of blood on the streets or the sidewalks by Luxor. I can't remember what video it was.
That area he was in. And I also saw photographs of them out the next day in hazmat suits cleaning up all that blood that was in front of Luxor.
Yeah, I remember seeing that a long time ago.
I think I've got a
remember
video with
seeing
those
the
pictures in
hazmat
it.
suits. I never saw the blood. Did you see the blood in the hazmat suits?
No,
No, you just saw the. Okay, never mind.
I just saw them out. But Aardvark did. He was there in front of the Luxor when the shooting was going on. He saw the bloody, injured people running and the
Really?
blood on the ground. So, I mean, he's in the chat and he actually was
How
there
come
and
we
saw
never
this.
seen Aardvark before? Hi, Aardvark. Where do you know Aardvark from? Because we'd know everybody by now.
I have a lot of new people in the chat because I have gone and started watching like other videos, like on channels that do live streams about COVID and different things. Like I've seen you in a couple of them, Truth in You, like Wake Up and stuff. So I've met a lot of new people and got a lot of new subscribers from that. So when you
Right, but
see new
she was
people
there,
in here
so
that you don't
she was-
know, they probably have come from other groups that I've been like in live chats with YouTube.
Okay, so she saw it. She saw it. I saw it was live. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just curious, Aardvark. Why are you waiting to this time to come out and talk to the community? Community. I'm sorry.
Well, I will tell you my opinion, and I don't know if this is about Aardvark, but there was a lawsuit going on, and a lot of people were keeping their lips shut until that lawsuit got settled. And I've noticed that once the lawsuit got settled, we're getting a lot of people that are speaking up that didn't speak up before.
Okay, can you prove to me, Aardvark? Did you take any videos? Yes, that's what I think. And did you do?
But just because someone didn't take video doesn't mean they didn't see what they saw.
My feelers, my feelers are up. So, well, we'll just leave you there. It's okay. Aardvark.
Well, it's like you never know. It's Truth in You. If somebody in the chat is 5x5 using a different name,
that's what I.
But you also can't discount them as being somebody that's been lurking and watching, but just doesn't come in the chat and talk. And tonight they thought it was important to talk because you're talking about how there was no blood, and Aardvark knows that there was blood because Aardvark saw
you can use that, Joe. You can use that.
I'm always playing devil's advocate, It's like if we have a person in the chat that saw blood, you can't say that person didn't see what they're telling you they saw. I mean, it's not proof either way, but it's like if they saw it, they saw it. You can't tell them that they're
That's right.
They didn't see what they saw.
Okay, so let's see what you saw, man. Let's see. Can you show us? Can you send us a link? Give them the ability. Put it on an older video or put it in one of my videos. I'd love to see the link of the blood. In all actuality, do you have that? See, anyhow. All right. Well, next.
Aardvark is a she, not a he.
Okay, that's fine. So Aardvark, do you have the video?
Lance is saying I saw the video also. Lance, what video are you talking about? I must have missed something up there in chat.
I missed it too. Thank heaven. It's funny how these secret videos are all around, but we don't get to see them.
Well, I found quite a bit of cell phone footage. A lot of us did a lot of hunting online. Sleeped Up, LVSA. There was a whole bunch of us that, we searched, and every video we could find, we would put up there. I've actually got one from a survivor that the last 30 seconds of the video, when they're still singing Barstool, he swears he hears like 8 to 10 shots. And that was before supposedly Paddock started to shoot.
I like Pac-Man. Pac-Man brought up a perfect point. Did the person say they took pics? TIU? That's what I'm saying. If you were there, of course you would have took pics. I mean, why not?
Well, technically, though,
you
if
have
you're
a phone.
at a concert, if some of these people went to the concert early in the morning and they were there all day and night, their batteries on their phone were dead.
Oh.
And the people whose
You were always good at playing
so good at
middle
this.
girl.
And the people that did have their phones still working, because I asked some of them, how was your phone still working at 10 at night? They had those, those little tiny charger things you can just plug in your phone. They wanted their phone to last long enough, so they'd bring those power packs with them to recharge their phone. So really, if you went to the zoo at, like, say, noon, your phone battery is going to be dead and you're not going to be able to take pictures at 10.
Okay. You know what just popped into my mind?
Then I'm crazy?
No, it wasn't that. Guess what it was? Joe's meme. So funny. Hey, Joe, remember your meme? Is you got the huggers, and then you got the nutters, and then you got the truth seekers.
I have always been one to stand alone. I get along with the hoggers. I get along with the nutters. I will believe anything anyone can prove to me, and there's only so much that we have proof of.
Well,
and I just prefer to get along with everybody and just agree to disagree.
Okay. All right.
And when I do play my devil's advocate thing, it's not like I'm pushing something. I'm just trying to find a logical explanation for it. So I don't know that everybody's phones were dead at 10 at night, but in my mind, I'm like, well, maybe they were.
We got another newbie here, huh? All right, I'll just leave it. I've become a very lax, moderator in the past. I would have probably done. Just leave it alone.
I know. I love Truth News Laugh. Joe, do you want to come back on and interview Todd? And I agree, Charles. Everyone can have their own opinion. And that's the thing. I think the only way we're ever going to find out what really happened is if we keep staying in groups like this where people have different opinions, because you can learn bits and pieces from them.
Right. Like the blood missing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But see, I see blood.
Where? Show it to me.
There's body cam pictures. I don't see that.
Where? On Giles? Where everybody ran? On the boulevard? No. I mean, we get to see that on body cam afterwards.
There was blood in Owen's video, a ton of blood.
I can't count Owen's video. Owen's video is not valid in my eyes.
I know in your mind it's not. In my mind it is.
All right.
So that's where I disagree to disagree.
I never got this, so I'm just curious. Why is it valid in your eyes? What is the proof of it? Did you watch it? Did you actually take a look at the blood that they were trying to play off as blood? The paint?
Are you talking about Live Leak?
Live Leak, yeah. Did you actually see that, or were you just like, glazed over it? You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I've studied that over and over and over. And
okay, all right. I'm just,
the reason I believe it is because I'm very close with Owen, and we've done a lot of work together, and I trust him. So if I ever found out that he was lying and that wasn't real, it would break my heart. But it's like I trust him enough to believe that he really took that, and what we see is what he filmed.
Oh man. The only time I lost an account on my own cognizance was when I did my description of that video. Okay, letting you know, they do not want the breakdown of that video on YouTube for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's because I point out the obvious. I mean, Thumper got to keep his up, but mine gets to go. My whole channel gets to go down. It's okay. I'll get over it. No. But that's what I'm saying. It's like the blood is not translucent at all. Not translucent means not real. Blood is only not translucent when it dries. You understand that?
Okay, truth in you.
On anything, it will not. You cannot see through it. at all.
Okay,
Okay.
Truth in You, we're gonna mute you for a little bit.
I'm sure.
There's some questions in here for Todd, and your topic's totally overrunning it right now. So it's like,
I'll shut up.
just go ahead and mute yourself for a
I'm
few
gonna
minutes.
mute. I'm gonna mute. I'll shut
All
up.
right. Mills.
Yeah, Chris Thompson had me a question for me about the Delano.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
let's
what
talk about the
exactly.
Delano.
Yeah, what about the Delano? Like what I haven't seen that video, but was there a specific question you had for me about it?
Well, there were guys that filmed later at night that were going through it. It was kind of dark, and they smelled gunpowder. There was, or you know, like some kind of firing had happened there. The Delano's connected to the Mandalay Bay.
Yeah.
All right. So they smelled gunpowder, and there were also several witness statements of people from the Delano that smelled the gunpowder. So I think when he was asking the question about the video of the Delano, he might have been talking about that one. I'm not sure because I didn't see way far up in the chat.
Yeah, I haven't seen that video, but I would love to if someone has a link for it. I would definitely check that out for sure.
I would have to find it, but I'm sure it's somewhere. We can find it. And there were a lot of, Chris is also saying there were a lot of 911 calls that came from the Delano. Delano, I think. I don't know how they pronounce it. But I do believe that something happened over there. They collected up all the people. The Michael Jackson Theater, if you watch how the tram goes through, you get off the tram and it's like you turn one way to go to Mandalay Bay and you go forward and you run right into the Delano. So they're kind of connected on the same floor. And then there's that parking lot above them.
Yeah.
And they had collected all those people and put them in the Michael Jackson Theater. Then they took them on a bus and took them somewhere else.
Right.
Which I always found was very odd. So these guys that managed to, sneak out in the Delano in the middle of the night and take all this video, the video didn't really show much other than they were talking about the gunpowder smell. So, yeah, I think Chris just wanted to know if you knew anything about that.
No, I haven't seen the footage, but I would love to see it, yeah.
Hang on a second. Go ahead and keep talking, Todd, because I got a message here from someone I got to grab.
What are people's thoughts on the three women that were supposedly in Paddock's room? Who were they? I mean, there were names, but they weren't like actual full names. I think there were first names given out. Who were they and where did they go and why were they never questioned? Because they would have a lot of information if they were actually inside that room or if they were they plants, or that's another thing that I've always been confused about. I'm not sure.
Okay, repeat that. I didn't hear it.
The three ladies that were supposedly inside Paddock's room, and
I know about them.
Yeah, they were only given their first names, and where did they go? Who were they, and why were they never questioned? Like they would have had a lot of information if they were actually in that room. I've always wondered what happened to them.
Well, we have a background report on Paddock, and we found the name of one of them. God, I'm trying to think. They called her Katie, but that wasn't really her name. I think it was Connie something. I'd have to go look back at my notes. But anyways, it was Laura, Katie, and Joanne were their names. And Lou, who was Ouija 54, he's passed away. He had gotten a lot of information from another researcher that doesn't want to be mentioned and tied to it. But these were three people. They identified all of them. They gave me their names, but I can't remember right offhand their last names. But anyways, these would have been people that were very wealthy, that were part of the setup of this stuff with Paddock. Some of those lock interrogation swipes on the door that were at odd times when Paddock was supposedly out of town and stuff. We think that that's when they were going in and out and setting stuff up. And their families were connected to some very, very odd things. And I mean, a lot of this I can't share because it's not my research. It came from someone else, and they didn't share it for their own personal reasons, maybe safety reasons, like when I didn't want to talk about the cartel too much. But there is a theory about these three ladies that they weren't hookers or anything with Paddock, and they weren't people that checked in the day before and it was an accident. It's like they were actually connected to things like one guy ran, oh God, what was this? I can't remember right offhand. There was like certain companies that their husbands were involved in and they were involved in, and they were like all in cahoots with different stuff. So when you talk about the foreknowledge and the planning of the evildoers that knew ahead of time, I mean, they didn't just decide to stage Paddock's room that night. This was long planned out. So these three ladies supposedly, according to the research, had something to do with that. And they had financial gain to come from this event.
Which is why they were never questioned, obviously. So that's why they were let go. And
exactly, because they were part of it. Now, I'm not saying that's a fact, but the person that did this research is probably one of the most knowledgeable people in the Vegas community. And it's like usually she's spot on with her stuff.
Right.
And she had shared it with Ouija, and he had shared it with me, but then he passed away. And I started to look into it when he gave me the information, and I started digging into it because he didn't exactly tell me the whole story. He just gave me enough to give me a head start with going down the rabbit hole. And I actually spent about 3 days going down the rabbit hole, and it got so scary, I quit. I was like, if she's got the information, she can share it. I'm not sharing it. I didn't even want this stuff in my computer, hard drive, history, nothing. It got way deep with these three ladies. So that's kind of about all I can say about that. And I know that's not fair, but it's not really my work to share.
No, they've always just been, I've always been curious about them because, I mean, they were there. So, I mean, and like you said, that they're never questioned. So how could you let someone with all that information just let them walk and, you know, but it makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah, I could go through my old notes and I could, like, you know, in private, like through email or whatever, explain it better.
Yeah.
But the thing is like I said, is I started digging and digging and digging, and there was actually a man that was in cahoots with these people that showed up on, his name was D. Anthony Riker or Richter, I can't remember exactly, but he actually showed up on a body cam, and I almost peed my pants. He came, he was an important person, he needed to be let in, and when I saw him, I was like, oh my God, that's that guy, and it freaked me out really bad. And I remember talking to Ouija 54 about it, and he was like, yeah, he freaked out when he saw that guy show up on body cam too. It was later in the evening, and he rushed up to the police, and it was very important. He needed to be let in. He was the head of, you know, this or that. I believe it was something to do with MGM. He had a job of, God, I don't want to say right off my head, of crisis management firm or something like that. But I mean, I'd have to check my notes. I don't want to like misquote, but yeah, when I saw this dude show up on body cam, my jaw just dropped, because that was after Lou had already fed me the breadcrumbs and I'd already been down the rabbit hole. And he in some way was connected to, you know, you've got these three women, and then they had husbands, and one of them had a son, and they all meshed together as you got farther down into the research, and it was pretty creepy. But if that theory is true, this was a money thing. They made money off of this. You know, just like, you know, back to Mern and those guys selling their stocks off. They knew what was going to happen, and they made money.
Right.
Is anyone trying to follow chat?
I'm trying to.
I think I'm missing a lot of questions they're asking in there. They definitely made lots of money off their Truth in You.
Oh yeah, they did. I was kind of keeping an eye on it. Didn't see many questions like you worried about it. All right.
Yeah, I think a
well,
lot of people in the chat are covering, like, other people are asking questions and they're just going ahead and answering them. But yeah, it's moving on too quick for me to keep up with.
well, I got 2 phones, so I'm pretty well in there. I'm watching for certain individuals. You know.
Are you watching? The individual you're watching for is blocked.
Oh well, not on all of. I know a
Are
lot
you
of.
watching for a good witch or a bad witch?
Which that I've seen face to face.
Oh, that man that has numbers. 5 + 5 = 20. He's blocked.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of names.
I don't know if that's who you were
He's
talking
worse.
about.
He's
or
worse
not.
than I am. He's worse than I am. You just don't even want to know.
In the opposite way.
Well, it was the name department for sure. Anyhow, I know a lot of them.
Well, if you notice, we no longer have the same clown gang in here because I got them all blocked, so they don't bother us anymore.
Hi, buddy. Food stamp.
Hi, Food Stamp. Food Stamp's been in here a lot of times before Truth and You, so quit looking at these people that you don't recognize and think that they're fake accounts of Turbo. I know that's what you're thinking.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. You know, timing was perfect.
No. Food Stamp is not him. He's a regular person that goes in lots of different chats.
Oh, hi, Pac-Man. Gotta love you, man.
And
Oh,
Tony,
yeah.
wait, I have a question for Tony. Did you recently change your last name on your YouTube account? And are you the same Tony that I always send links to the live streams? And I talked to you on the phone once? You can just say yes or no.
What are you talking about? Oh.
I'm just waiting for Tony to answer. I think I know who Tony is, and I think it's he just changed his last name on YouTube. A lot of people don't want to be identified on here because of the repercussions of different things that have happened to different people. People have been chased out of the community. They've been hacked. They've been harassed.
What happened to me? Why? Seems like nothing happened to me. That's the most vocal.
Didn't you go up to him and pretend to be somebody else, though?
So
John Alhambra?
The whole thing. Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Did you do the same thing this year, or was he not there?
He wasn't there.
Okay. Mills is new to all of this stuff of us, all the harassment we've had to undertake from some of these people. So we have the little inside jokes, but Joe Roscoe's was the best. Joe was doing a live stream, and one of the narrative huggers actually went to his house, and we're like all listening to this. And then, of course, Joe sets the phone down, so we can only hear, we couldn't see. Then the next week when Joe is doing his live stream, he's showing us he's got, his hatchet and all this other shit in his garage. And he's like, just let him come back. Just let him come back. And to me, it was sad that a YouTuber would actually show up at another YouTuber's house. But just the way Joe handled it cracked me up.
Oh. Yeah, I still, hey, man, I'm leery, man. I want to have lunch with you, man. You might have the machete with you.
Pac-Man, there's that laugh. All right. Does anybody else want to come up on the panel?
Oh, I'm too boring. I know. No, I'm too truthful. That's the problem. And, I know.
Well, between me and you, we never let anyone else talk, and I think we should mute and let other people talk.
All right. Well, I'm going to shut up then. Who's there? Can I ask Mills a question? Or are you still there?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can ask Mills anything you want because he's like our special
All
guest
right,
for the night. He's never been on before.
People died, and which people? That's what I want to get at. The people by the fence, or the people in the parking lot over there? What about Melissa? Did you study Melissa at all?
So I saw the video with Melissa where she was taken out to the parking lot where I guess she was laying there,
Right.
and there's people passing by her, and she was, I guess, dead. But
with the fake flies, right?
sorry,
That video, the fake flies that was a day late. That's the one you're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah, he knows what video you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The one that was on Fox News.
right.
Yeah.
It was the black and white video by the garage there, I think, that had that one camera there. As for the people, yeah, I think there was people that died in the venue. I think it was by the stage. I think it was it was scattered out everywhere in the venue. I think mostly. I think there was that one video that Truth put up earlier, where it shows the numbers of where everyone was supposedly shot and passed away or whatever. But I think there was a bunch of people that got out of the venue, and they were taken out by people, and I think they passed away outside the venue because they were just picked up and carted out. So I think it was a combination of everything.
Okay, so you think that was okay for those people to be all around that body, touching the body and all that?
Melissa?
Especially after the cops got there, the people were still touching the body and everything. Cops didn't do their job. You thought that was okay, or?
Oh, you mean the video like when everything was shut off and it was all dark and when everything was shut down later on?
Yeah, well, no, the cops got there and
they didn't cordon it off as a crime scene, and her family should have sued them for that.
They didn't cordon it off as a crime scene. They let people walk all around there.
Yes.
And they were worried about moving and going, and well, I'll tell you where they went afterwards. But so what they wanted to do is they told the guy with the truck to go ask their commanding officer to go and get that body out of there if they could move the body. And the commanding officer over there at Koval Lane in the Tropicana area said absolutely not. Do not move the body. So the guy with the truck comes back, and we don't get to hear that part. But then they decide to move the body against the lady commander's orders, and end up moving the body over to the two dumpsters without a body bag, hand and feet with a little dirty thing on it. So, all right, let's go back to that part. So you seen the part before they moved her, or did you get to see when they moved her?
I saw the part where they were dragging her into the parking lot, and that's the only footage I've seen from Melissa. Yeah.
Yeah, there was hours and hours of that. All right. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay, I'll just give you the rundown. So they moved the body, and they pushed her onto the truck. Pushed her, like slid her in all actuality, and then they got the truck. They brought it over to these two. Well, actually, it's four. What do they call those? Shipping containers that are from Miller Rental Inc. That I'm still kind of a shady company in my eyes. Red floors on a shipping container. Well, anyhow, they moved the shipping to the shipping container, but they lift her hand and feet style again without a body bag, and just laid her there and left her there. And that's it. That's all we get to see of Melissa in all actuality. What do you think the procedure is for cops touching bodies? Somebody had a dookie. All right. What do you think the procedures is for cops touching bodies? You know, like if a cop, what would be the reasoning for a cop to touch a body?
I think the only reason they would touch the body if they were giving treatment to the victim, but they shouldn't be touching them. Yeah.
Right. So in this situation, the cops really wanted to go and leave their station, which was in front of Melissa. These two bike cops, that one nerdy boy and the other guy we don't even get to see except for in one spot, and he didn't have glasses. So, all right. So in all actuality, they lift her up with the guy with the glasses, with the safety vest on, and the pickup truck, and they put her in the pickup truck, take her over there, drop her off. And there is no procedure to do that at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. There is no procedure at all to do that at all. It's not their job. They have no recourse to do it. Matter of fact, it's against the law. The law says they are to cordon and keep all people away from the crime scene. That is their job. Medical examiner comes and examines the body, and they do not let the cops touch the body at all. The only way, like you said, is for a cop to touch the body is to render aid, make sure that they're dead. That's it. Do the little 2-finger test, and if they're drowning or something, they blow into their lungs or whatever. Okay, but everything else is against the law. They wanted to leave. They went against their boss's orders to leave. Picked up the body, brought it over near the shipping container, 4 shipping containers over there at the Desert Inn Resort, or whatever the heck that Desert Rose Resort, something like that. Anyhow, so they went and dropped it off over there. So then afterwards, guess where they went? You have a wild guess. Just take a guess.
I'm curious. Just say it.
Okay, so they went over to what was that? Reno and the Boulevard. And
this is fictional.
No, this is absolutely 1,000% what happened.
I know. I just don't want Todd to think that everyone agrees. I know this is truth to you, and this is possibly
this happened. Is on camera. This is actually on camera. So,
I do think that the 5x5 video is very suspicious.
No, it's all on camera. So what they did afterwards, because I have it. It's old Schneikes, my theories that I did on that other channel. Okay, so anyhow, what they did is they left there at the Desert Inn Resort or Desert Rose Resort, whatever the heck that place is, where the shipping containers is, and they went to Reno and the Boulevard. And when they were at the Reno and the Boulevard, they were talking to a couple other cops, and then they saw this guy in the Army uniform. You've probably seen that video because it was pretty popular at one point. He was a bald guy. He had an infantry badge on his right shoulder, and he was in the U.S. Army. Remember? And he was bald. They made him take off his hat. They said, "Freeze! Get on the ground!" Blah blah blah. And he was all, "I'm just going over here to Hooters to pick up the trucks." Blah blah blah. That's what
the guy that they stopped and interrogated.
The guy that they stopped and interrogated. He was bald.
Yeah.
He was a big jarhead infantry, and he had the infantry patch on his right shoulder. Probably he didn't go that far. All right, whatever. All right. So anyhow, he took him after they interrogated him and found out where he wanted to go. He was walking that way. They gave him a ride in the cop car and took him all the way over to Hooters, where we didn't get to see a lot of ambulances like we did then. And then they went inside Hooters, and the guy, the Army guy, just disappeared. And they went to go walk to security. Now at security, they talked to the police. I can get you the body cam. I have the old Schneike series in my. I'll do another, Las Vegas shootings a hoax video, and I'll run the old Schneike video. It is like 2 hours long though. Warning. Okay, so anyway, they end up going over to the security guard, and they were asking them if they had waters. Okay, because the guys over there had needed waters. So what happened is they picked up a case of water, they brought it all the way over, put it in the back of the truck, went over to the Reno and Giles again. And then they parked right in the middle of the street, and then they opened the trunk and got everybody waters over there, and they talked for a little bit more, and that's basically the end of the show. So that is what happened in the Ocean Nike series. I could look up the body cam if you want to watch it. I could go into my files right now and find it. I'm sure it might take me a minute, but I'll get on it.
Yeah, if you have the link, you could post. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'll give you the link for that one. You have to combine the series with the pictures from. So you got that body cam, and there's a couple other body cams that go with it. But Ocean Nikes is a huge long one. I'll find it. That's what I call it. Ocean Nikes. Oh no, the series. Let me see. I know the name, so I should be able to find it. Oh man. Oh, you're not on a computer, are you? Are you on a computer? I could just put it, you are? All right.
Yeah.
I could get on my computer in the show, or are you on a chat? You on a computer, True Seeker? So I'm talking.
I'm on a computer.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try and get on the show. You're gonna have to send me a link, and I'll screenshot.
You're already on there.
No, I'm not. I'm on my phone. I usually don't go on live shows on my computer.
So you need the link, and you're going to switch.
Yeah, I'm switching. So,
you're going to have to laugh for us so we know it's you and not 5x5.
Well, I kind of look different than 5x5. It's not that smart.
All right, so you're going to jump off, and I should just watch for you to jump back on?
So funny. Okay, I'll stop. Oh, okay. All right. Oh man, where am I? Okay, so it should be either here or it's in my hard drive somewhere. I have it. I know that much. All right, now don't send it to me yet, so you're not all open Nelly. So I have to I'm gonna first try. And
you need me to put the link in the chat again.
When I'm ready, put the link in the chat. Yeah.
All right, I got it saved. I copied it, so all I got to do is paste it when you're ready.
All right.
Okay, Joe Roscoe just put his link to his channel in the chat. If anybody's not subscribed to him, go ahead and click on that link because we're going to end this in 45 minutes, and then Joe is going to do a live on his channel. And he serves drinks and pizza. Lots of alcoholic drinks. His chats go into the wee hours of the night, and they get quite interesting because they don't usually have me, the voice of reason, or Matt, the voice of reason. They usually have the whole Truth in You gang in there, and they get really interesting.
Yeah, well, come on.
Joe, did you put the link to the channel that you're going live on tonight?
It should be under S.
Oh, we're having a barbecue tonight. Oh, yummy. Joe's cooking up barbecue for us.
All I need is one. I got Ocean Nikes. All right.
So Matt, Mills, how was your, what are your thoughts on your first night going live?
It's good. Great. A lot of opinions. No one's right in my mind. No one's wrong. Everyone's got their own opinions. We'll never really know with the conclusion of all this unless there's way more information that comes out. But which I would love to find out. I'm sure you would as well. So we could stop spending all this time researching all this. But yeah, it's the more information, the better. The more links, the more proof, that sort of thing. So it's a lot of information to take in, but I like it.
Okay, so what would you think, Seeker, if I just created a channel, just nothing but Vegas videos, and uploaded 5, 10, 15 a day?
You used to do that, but then they'd always take your channels down.
Well, hey, I could start another one.
You've already got a zillion of them.
No, I'm talking dedicated to Las Vegas only, all old videos, every one of them, I don't know. I was thinking about it, really much because people have been messing with me about this thing, so
One
the
thing
more you
I've
message me, the more I
noticed
come
is
back.
that our
Yeah.
Vegas videos, besides the live chats, our Vegas videos from back when we were doing all our research are so buried. Like I've got like over 300 videos for people to find like my ones on the paddock and the autopsy and all that. You've got to like scroll so far to find them. So I kind of think that's bad. Chris Thompson has actually the last couple days been reposting videos that he had from a long time ago. And I think some of us should start doing that because the new people that weren't real active before, it's like a lot of those videos they haven't seen.
Right.
Like I had
like
live leaks to Todd, and then I also sent it to the other guest that was going to be on tonight. And one of them remembered it, and one of them had never seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh, Joseph made
still
a
dealing
playlist
with my
to do that.
stupid video. Still dealing with my unorganized death. So upsetting. It's probably on my hard drive. I'm coming for the hard drive next. I know I labeled a bunch of snaky, so it's all good. We'll find it. It's people
Matt,
don't
you've
realize
been quiet for a long time. Why don't you talk a little bit? We need to let Truth and you come up for air.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for somebody. Here, go ahead.
Okay, Charles Music makes the best statement here.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and read it, Mills.
Yeah, he just says, I think we'll never know what really happened. We can have our opinions, but opinions are different than facts, and we do not have a lot of the facts at all. And a lot of the facts are buried, and we'll probably never get all the facts because there's a reason why. So we're just basing this on, videos and pictures and that sort of thing. So no, he made a really good point when he typed that in there.
Yeah. Well, there's also a lot of missing information. Like we got 450 hours of body cam when we were supposed to get 750 hours. So it has to make you wonder, those ones they didn't give us, it's like what's in those that they don't want us to see.
And the body cam from 32134 was never released.
Nope, we don't have any of that. There's a lot of CCTV footage from all over that area that we didn't get. There's so much stuff they didn't give us that they were required by court order to give us. You just got to wonder, why.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something they don't want us to see.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot they don't want us to see. Dub says what's important is what did not happen. The most important thing to me that did not happen is the whole paddock scenario up in that room. No shots came from that 32nd floor, in my opinion. I mean, it's just my opinion, but I think that's something that a lot of us will agree on, that was total staging up there.
You would think that they would not release that footage from 32135 there when they walked in and they said, we do not have a window that is broken. And it's like, was that a big mistake? Did they not turn their cams off in time? Why did they not turn their cameras off, when there was not a window that was not broken?
Well, I actually went and pulled up documents and studied the rules for the body cams. And those cops, the LVMPD, the rules that they follow, that they didn't that night, were that their body cams are always supposed to be on unless, there's Oh, what were the different rules? They could turn them off if it was going to show the identity. Like, like if they were talking about someone's social security number, they could bleep it out. Different things like that.
Phone numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. So all those cops that didn't have them turned on, or they'd look at each other and say, "We need to turn these off." It's like they're not allowed to do that unless there's something that, because of the investigation, we're not supposed to see. So it makes no sense to me how supposedly, all those guys went in the room, but only a few had body cams on.
Right.
And the guy standing in front of the window would have been rolling on those shells in that glass. You didn't hear anything crunching under his feet. You didn't see him, grabbing for his balance. So it's like, I don't think that window was broke. And I think that stuff was just dumped on the floor later for the photographs.
Well, and I think when they went in the room, I think they would have been more careful with where they were stepping too, right? Because it's a crime scene.
Oh, they weren't careful in there at all. They just went around touching whatever.
They gave themselves away. Like, it was just really bad how they went in there, and how, it's just, these guys are supposed to be professionally trained, and they just, stepped all over everything. And it's almost like they could have just stepped over the dead body too, or stepped on him. It didn't.
Well, they rolled the dead body over, and it's like they never even checked his pulse. They rolled him over to search for cell phones and ID, which was their story in their PDF statements that they gave, that they had to turn in.
Yeah.
But in the video, they had already seen his driver's license laying on the counter.
Right.
So they weren't flipping him over to look for ID. And that's what their official story was. Well, we had to roll him over for that. And it's like, well, and then you go to the discharge, and different things Lombardo said on the news. It's like, first they said they engaged the suspect. Then they said the cop had an accidental discharge. There were reports from different cops that said they watched him commit suicide. Other ones that said they saw through the bullet holes in the door that he was dead. And it's like, okay, they went and put their little eye up to those, 52 holes they drilled in that door, because I don't believe those were bullet shots coming out that hallway at Campos either.
No. Those are drills. Yeah, you're right.
Smart.
And Joe is saying, what if it wasn't a dead body? There is a good possibility that was not a dead body on the floor in there, and that was a dummy. I'll say that. I'm not saying it's my favorite theory, but there is a very good chance that's not a real person laying on the floor there in that room.
Okay. I got the number. If you guys want the number, I don't have the link or anything, but here's the number of the body cam. It is a 3-hour and 10-minute body cam. Okay, it tells a lot, but the key points I already laid out. Here it is. It's release number 24394.
Perfect. Got it.
Now, if you go to the Las Vegas Shooting Archive channel, he'll have written out batch number this, batch number that. So just scroll all the way through until you get to batch number 24, and then just look for 394. I also sent away, I had to send an external hard drive into the police department, and they sent me all the body cam too, because we wanted to compare with LVSA and make sure that they gave him everything that he was supposed to get, because he went each week and got a batch, and I waited until it was all over with, and we thought it was a good idea to have another batch of it to make sure there was nothing missing. So if LVSA or WEGOG's channel ever goes down, it's like I do have the whole collection. I didn't upload it on my channel. I started to. I made a special channel, and I got about 4 of them uploaded, and I was like, Jesus, these things take like 4 hours a piece to upload. So I do give WEGOG and LVSA big props for uploading all that body cam for us. But anyways, if their channels ever go down or disappear, I do have a hard drive here, an external hard drive that's got all of that body cam on it.
The picture of Paddock that got released by, well, they say accident. Do you think that was on purpose, just to prove that there was a body that was supposedly dead that night? Or do you think that was actually someone that actually goofed up and released it by accident? Because
are you talking about the whole group of them that got released?
No, just the dead, like the main dead body of the Paddock picture of him in the room.
The dead picture of Paddock.
I
The
guess that came
cops
through on a
started
text or
texting it.
something.
Yeah, the cops started texting it to each other.
Yeah.
They were like, "These are for your eyes only," and they were texting it to each other. I think that they were really just texting it to the other cops. I don't think that was a setup. But
Oh, okay.
all those staged photos that reporter got, Jackie Heinrich, I think those were released on purpose. They acted like they were leaked, but it's like they were put out there on purpose to help push the narrative.
And
you
what
know which
pictures
batch
were-
I'm talking about?
No, I don't think I do actually.
It was the first batch of pictures we ever got.
Okay.
I think does anyone remember, were those the ones where the piles of glass and bullets and all that bullshit were in? That very first batch that got the very first pictures we saw of inside that room. Because the police didn't really start releasing anything until they put out those FIT reports. And the FIT reports came out, one in January and then one the following August. And they had photographs, a few photographs in those. But that first batch of pictures, there was pictures and there was also a video. And a girl, she's actually a reporter now on Fox TV, Jackie is who I believe released all of those. And I think she got them from Levi Hancock because she used to date him.
And so the mainstream media, why were they pushed away from all this? They were just they didn't do much. They kind of were on it for a bit, and then that was it. Everything was shut down, right?
They dropped it. They completely dropped it, and I think that it was for the tourism industry and the economy, and they just told them knock it off, and whatever your boss says. Also, Sheldon Adelson owns the Las Vegas Review-Journal. I don't know if you're familiar with Sheldon Adelson.
No.
He's the guy Trump, when he flew in, he went to meet with Sheldon Adelson before he went to the, little luncheon or meeting or wherever he went, and did his little TV thing with all the heroes. But I'll send you the video on Sheldon Adelson. I've got a video on him. There's too much to actually say, but he was like Trump's biggest campaign donor financially.
Right.
And he also dumped stock before this happened. And his wife and Melania Trump are like best buddies. There's just a lot of really weird things about Sheldon Adelson. He owns a lot of casinos. He's real powerful. And because he owns the Las Vegas Review-Journal, I think he had a lot to do with getting them to shut their mouths too.
Truth, have you had any interaction with Hoover?
I have.
Besides his videos, or have you talked to him through off YouTube?
I have a hooked up email with him and Jason Goodman both together, and we go back and forth a lot. Okay, I think Truth and You's back. Yeah, we go back and forth a lot because I was working with a group that we sent in Freedom of Information request for the helicopter activity that night. So I first started talking to Hoover because we were keeping him updated on our responses and stuff for that. And then I've talked to Goodman a lot because he had some videos he did that I wanted to use clips of, and I wanted permission to use them before I put them in my other videos.
Yeah.
And then when Bartman Marine came up missing, that was about the same time the cops came to my house. So me and Hoover and Goodman were talking about that, wondering if Bart was okay and different things like that. So yeah, I've got a pretty good relationship with those guys. Now, I don't believe all of Hoover's theories, though, and he probably doesn't believe all of mine. But as far as dealing with business, like, hey, this is important or that's important, or can I have this or whatever, or can you send me this video, or a lot of times Goodman will want a clip of something. So yeah, it's like I do have an email chain going back and forth. I haven't talked to them in a while, but yeah, we have a good relationship.
They're more into the COVID now for the last couple months.
Yeah, and then Shepard and Ballas, I don't have a relationship with them, but some of the people in the group I was working with do. They actually sent our helicopter stuff to him, and then he embellished on it. And I mean, we were really pissed when this article came out. We were like, he was the worst media source to go to because he hyped it up and embellished about they were shooting at people. I mean, he did Hoover's theory, but with our information about the FAA freedom of request stuff. And it was like, we never, I mean, well, it wasn't me. It was 4 guys that I hooked up to do it. But it's like they never told him that they thought helicopters were firing at people. They were just saying that they were doing suspicious activity. So I never really trusted Shepard much after that.
Yeah, I've seen some videos with Shepard, and he kind of seems shaky when he's talking and stuff.
Oh man, I guess I lost my. Am I in the show? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're in the stream, Truth and You. Did you join in there because you were going to screen share something?
No,
Or did you
I
just switch
just
accounts because you
sent
switched
the link
devices?
in the chat. I sent the link in the chat, and apparently my flashy doohickey is not working.
Oh, the batch 24 one? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I typed that into the chat. I didn't put a link, but I typed the numbers in for you.
Yeah, no, I put the link in the chat. So if you want
Oh, I
to
see
look
it now.
at that, yeah, I went and did the hassle for you. I know his channel like the back of my hand.
Thumper, I
It's
agree
called.
with you.
You go to pay.
125 East Reno Street. I don't know how many people know where 125 East Reno is, but that's where that row of buildings is from the parking lot scene. We had actually sent a girl there shortly after that video came out to talk to different people in some of the offices and stuff. It's kind of like it's a big grouping of buildings. It's not just one building, but like each space is leased out to different things. And the people she talked to told her that camera wasn't there, that camera had just showed up about a month or 2 before or after the shooting. And she would never come forward and say it publicly, and she wouldn't let us use her name. So it's like we couldn't really prove anything. But just the fact that she went there and talked to all those people, I tend to believe that camera was a portable camera brought there that night just to film that scene, and that it wasn't really already on the building. But I could be wrong. But that's where 125 Reno is, that building that the camera was hooked to.
All right. Okay. So can I ask Mills another question? All right. Mills.
Yep.
What do you know about the ninjas?
The ninjas. The footage on the ninjas. The Tropicana.
Well, there's 2 different locations.
There's a trailer that's got ninjas on it too. We just call them ninjas just because it's our funny name for them. But yeah, the guys that were on top of the trailer.
Inside the venue?
Inside the venue, and then there was also the ones on the Tropicana roof.
Yeah, the Tropicana one, I don't know what that person's doing. He runs by so fast. You can't even tell if he's carrying anything or if he's got his hand to a walkie-talkie or anything, if he's communicating with someone else. I'm not sure. It just happens so quickly. The one in the venue on top of the trailers, I think, is there 2 or 3 of them there?
I think there's 3.
Yeah. It's so hard to see. I mean, all you see is black, and you see them kind of pop up. It's yeah. I don't really have an opinion on it, just because I don't see. There's just not enough footage for me to see it.
Well, the movement they were making to me didn't seem like, other people had said, oh, they were concert people that were up there watching the concert to get a better view and stuff. And it's like their movement was too strange for me. It was like they were hunched over and going in a certain way. And it's like, I don't know. They looked like freaking ninjas. And I don't know why they were there.
They were popping up and down, and they were,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
Go ahead.
In that venue, like that one area, I don't know what gate it is. I'm trying to remember what. Yeah, I can't recall what the number for the gate is, but there is a camera that is installed. I think is her name Angelica?
Angelica Gretchen?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a lot of Tropicana work. She's been on the show a couple times.
So she posted a video not too long ago. I think it was kind of in the dark, and there was a camera that's inside the venue on top of a pole. And I'd have to look at my pictures again when I was outside the venue, but I'm kind of curious as to why there was never any footage released from that camera, because that thing's high up there and that thing's right inside the venue.
What about all the other cameras? There's tons of cameras pointed that way. We got many cameras in Luxor. I'd like to see. We got what was released was the street cameras were finally released,
but not all of them.
But not all of them.
And
some
no
of them
CCTV
that
inside that venue either.
Right. The CCTV off the we only have like one, and it's only a little bit. You know what I mean? Joe's real good at the CCTV. He knows all about it. But it's like we have one camera, and that's what happened. There's no other angles. Who's to know that wasn't doctored? Who's to know, that it's not CGI the whole thing? How the heck we know? You know what I mean? It's not like it's got any kind of pixels or I mean, it's not like it's like Atari down there. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, literally, how do we know it's real CCTV footage at this point? I mean, we don't know nothing's real. I mean, you might know something's real. I would like to see what it is. So, all right. So you don't think the ninjas are real? So why don't we go with?
I think it's possible the ninjas are real.
Well, I just don't know have enough. Yeah, I don't really have a yes or no
we can't
on
prove it.
ninjas.
I'm moving down the road here. We're going to Bellagio. Okay. When we go to Bellagio and the Bellagio story, you know anything about that?
The only thing I know about Bellagio was, I believe, kind of in the entranceway. I think there was glass that was shot and shattered. I don't know if there's footage, but I think there was a phone call, and I thought there was some screaming and yelling coming from the Bellagio just in the front there, and everyone had to go and hide.
Okay, all right, yeah, but there's no footage. Okay, and lady's story, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, there's no actual video footage of glass.
Well, body cam did come out of them going there.
Right, but there was still no footage and no footage of the glass being broken in the body cam, correct?
No, you are right.
No. Okay, so what do you believe? Do you believe the lady's story over there? Because either she's telling the truth or she's lying, right? We gotta understand that there's people lying to us. If
you put her together with Gio Rios, Aurora Monroe, with Planet Hollywood, Gio Rios with Tropicana, was it Renee over at the Bellagio? If you put all their stories together, these people don't know each other. How do they all make up the same shit? I think since no bullets were found at all these other hotels, no bullet strikes, I think that somebody, nefarious person or people, had portable LRADs, and they were chasing these people. They were trying to get them to clear off the street so they could block them and lock them down. And I think that there were speaker systems that were portable being moved down the strip to get these people off the street and to funnel them in certain directions. And I think that's why those guys all think there was all that shooting, but we saw no evidence of any bullet strikes going in those buildings. Because I don't think those people were lying.
I would go with that. That's a possibility. I'm gonna give you that one. There's Truth Seeker. I'm giving you that.
Yay! I get a point.
Because you listen. So who had motive and means to do that? That's the question, right?
whoever was behind setting all this shit up. I don't know who it was. I think it was a group. I picture this whole group of rich people sitting in a room, seeing how they could pull this shit off to benefit their agenda and their pocketbook. And I don't know who these people are, but that's what I picture. Like a couple of years in advance that they all started planning this. This was well planned out, and something didn't go right. Their plan didn't go off as they thought it was going to. But I do think that it was a whole group of like the elites or whatever you want to call them. And Lombardo and everyone was forced to go along with it. And they just went and did it. That's why they sold their stocks ahead of time.
Right.
Oh, Joe just gave me 20 points.
Short change, short chill, short. Go ahead, sir. What did you say? Is that you, Matt, or Milt? Somebody.
No, it wasn't me.
All right. Well, I guess I'm hearing things. That's fine. All right. So anyhow, because I was looking at Matt's, speaker, and I was like, oh,
I think Matt's muted.
He's been muted. So, all right, I guess I'm hearing things like interaction, or maybe it's in your background, a speaker, or somebody's background. All right. So anyhow, all right. So you think that that's a possible? Okay. Now, my logical, opinion, let's put it to you like this. If that was the case, we would see video. Right? There was all kinds of noise going on the strip. Just hear me out. I mean, I'm giving you the point, but
How about more points there? Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I'm leaning more towards the other way, like you already knew anyhow. So, because we would have seen video, right? I mean, some body cam, some person, somebody with a cell phone would have been like, "Hey, let's videotape this. This is crazy out here. Good people shooting now."
Well,
now
there is video of it happening at the Cosmopolitan. Do you remember that?
Yes, I thought it was the Aria, but I got that confused.
So that's the only video I think I remember seeing actually outside of the place the claim they were shooting.
Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. Sorry, I jumped in the show, but duty calls. Anyhow, all right. Okay, so all right, I remember the Cosmopolitan. I had in my mind that was Aria, but I understand I'm bad with names and get things confused like that.
I think the Aria one was from indoors.
Okay, all right. See, that's I remember the outside one.
That was the Aria.
Can we discuss that one real quick? All right. So the Aria, or sorry, the Cosmopolitan one. See, I still did it. Okay.
That was out.
Okay, this Cosmopolitan one was on video from a cab or a car, and they were headed down southbound, I believe, on the strip, and they were videotaping a lady screaming. Did you hear any gunfire?
No.
Okay. So there's no gunfire. We didn't see any gunfire, did we? No. Okay. All right. And that's the only video we seen, right? Of that incident.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember that one popping up in body cam.
Right.
I remember Bellagio popping up in body cam though in Paris.
Right. They went there. They went to Bellagio. They went to Paris. They went to Stratosphere. They went to Circus. They went everywhere. What are you talking about? They were in New York. They were in freaking Excalibur. They were over here. They were Tropicana. They were everywhere. Locking it.
They were MacTac drilling it.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. Oh man. So anyhow, So, did anybody here in this chat or in the show, Mills, did you see any gunfire actually happening on the strip, on the boulevard at all?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
Just
right.
phone calls.
So-
Just phone calls from people calling in saying they had.
That
Tons
doesn't count.
of 911 calls, but I did not see any firing, and I never saw any evidence of gun strikes anywhere.
Right.
Up and
No
down.
gun strikes, no
Correct.
gun firing, no body cam footage,
That's
no
why I
nothing.
think someone with a portable LRAD was chasing them down there. They wanted them all freaked out, so they had a reason to lock them all down.
Even though we never heard any audio.
Mm-hmm.
Never audio of any gunfire at all. Like,
Well, we didn't hear audio because there was nobody. The cops weren't there yet, so it wouldn't be on body cam. And the people running for their life, I don't think we're recording anything. You didn't see any videos of people running for their life down by Bellagio.
No, but there's two sides of the street. If somebody hears some that would be like, oh, what's that? Get out the car, baby. Let's check it out. YouTube. Okay. Anyway,
I think they were just running like cattle to escape to those hotels. If you notice, when you listen to the 911 calls, if you notice, it went almost in a direct pattern up the strip from the Mandalay Bay going up towards, New York, Paris, Bellagio. I mean, it went all the way down the strip, but all in the same direction. Why would all those people have run that way? It's like some noise was chasing them, and I think it was portable LRADs. I could be wrong. But something chased them.
I could be wrong. We could all be wrong about the boulevard, even though we have no proof of anything on the boulevard, and we have no proof of any gunfire on the boulevard, or even sounds at all, for that matter. That's okay. I'll admit I could possibly be wrong. I just didn't see the video because, as anybody see the video in the chat, these guys are awesome Las Vegas community people. So anybody in the chat, did you see a gunfire or a situation besides someone's hearsay? Okay, did you see many videotapes of gunfire on the boulevard at all? I missed what Tony said. That's obvious. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Let me just. Has anybody seen the people video from any hotel with gunfire? Now we know about the guy at the Tropicana with the little BB in his head that he walked out on his own cognition and ended up in an ambulance that sat down on the stretcher himself, walked to the stretcher himself. We know. Okay. We know about the Paris, found a bullet, dude. Found the bullet in the bathroom, or whatever that was. Okay, and we know about that, and we know about what else? Oh, the Tropicana over in the corner, in the back valet, or whatever that is, back parking lot entrance. They found a couple shell casings, right? We know about that, right? So, but what did we see? Okay, did we see any ballistics reports from any of the other hotels? No.
No.
Did we see any? No. Did we see any bullet strikes? No. Did we hear any bullet firing? No. Did we see anybody chasing somebody with a gun? No. Did we see any video at all on the subject? Did we see the CCTV cameras from any other hotel? No. Okay.
Also, don't forget about the Bellagio, that observatory or whatever that room is that they have the camera that runs 24 hours, the World Cam. There was an hour missing out of that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, everybody?
Yep, I do.
So what was going on in that room for the hour that they cut out? That video runs all the time online, 24 hours it runs, and there was an hour missing out of it. Jake Morfinios is who found that.
Yeah, Jake. You know, I kind of wish, you know, I was
Jake
on their
hadn't turned
side.
into a flake.
No, no, no. It wasn't Jake and the Flake. It was this whole thing with Hoover. I was a Hooverite at the time. Believe it or not, I was a Hooverite. Hooverite. Okay, whatever you want to call it.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what, I used to be too, and I will be the first one to do my happy dance if anyone can prove helicopters fired bullets.
Yeah.
But I don't think they
Anybody?
did because we've had 3 years to hunt for them, and you don't see dust flying up on the ground. I mean, you know what those kind of bullets coming from a helicopter,
Well, the same
the
kind
kind
of
of
bullets
carnage they're going to cause.
that the
Yeah, but
Blizzard
the helicopters would have been a little bit closer than that room supposedly Paddock shot out
I
of.
still would have done the same thing, sweetie. I'll let
Well,
you know.
Paddock's didn't
A
show
bullet
dust
hits the
flying
ground.
up
It hits
either.
the ground real fast. All right, and it doesn't just like hit the cup and nothing else flies around it. It would have done something to the ground for sure. I'll just let you know. Just to let you know. It
Yeah,
would
we saw
also
nothing flying up from the ground.
anybody that thinks that a bullet wouldn't decimate those bricks on the outside of the venue. I
agree with that too.
I mean, literally, you could put 3 of those walls together, and you know some of the gunfire, you know, guns they had in that room would decimate those things, all 3 walls together. So just letting you know, it's no and no and no. I'm sorry. You could go there right now today. The same walls sitting there from that hoax of a night. They didn't have to replace the wall. There is a spot in the wall that has a missing spot. That's it. One hole in the wall, and it doesn't look like a bullet strike. It looks like somebody like cracked it with a hammer or something, and there's like a big empty triangle inside the hole over there at Tropicana. Nope, not Tropicana. It's not Tropicana. It's what is that? Mandalay Bay Road and the Boulevard. Right there in that little niche, there's an actual hole in the wall, but it doesn't look like a bullet strike at all. I went through it. And on one of my channels, yes, I did post that. I can't find half the stuff I want to find. I'm still looking in my own video, because you know when you make a video, you don't label it. You know what I mean? You don't put it in alphabetical order. It's not all. It's in a numbered. You know, everything has a number, and you're like, what's this video and what's that video? So I have Las Vegas as a hoax series, and they're going to be on all my channels. I have 5 TIUs and 1 TEEAYEYEW, and a bunch of other channels too. They get a little froggy with me. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. I'm going to be doing that. I plan on, you know, labeling all of my videos, and then once I label them all, I'm going to make a Las Vegas remembrance, TIU channel, I guess, or something. Maybe I'll make that one TIU with the fire that I was in. Who was that? Oh, my buddy Truth Bomb's channel, yeah. I was in his channel, you know, talking before I got zapped. Yeah. All right. Anyhow,
I heard that fiasco the other night. I missed it live, but I watched the replay of what happened on Joe's channel.
Oh, Joe's channel. You didn't see the one on Truth Bomb?
I didn't go to his because it was, by the time I caught Joe's, it was like 6 a.m. my time. And there's no way I could go for another 2 hours. Is it worth going and watching?
I was called a hypocrite, and all kinds of stuff happened.
I went and saw it's funny because Truth Bombs showed up on my news feed when I woke up to go to the bathroom. And at the very beginning, he's like, someone go get Truth in you, get him in here. I'm not finished with him yet. And he started talking about whatever happened on Roscoe's thing. So I quit watching his and figured I better go watch Roscoe's first. So I watched Roscoe.
That was epic.
I figured you got your ass beat. Everyone, make sure you vote on the 3rd for Trump.
You've never been on my bad side, girl.
Trump 2020. But no vaccines.
Oh man, you never been on my bad side. Oh, that's for sure.
I could never get on your bad side. Give me a break.
No, but you got a clue. You I could talk my ways through stuff. Mm-hmm. You gotta settle me down. You gotta put the bridle on a bit.
My mom got diagnosed with COVID today, Truth and You.
Oh yeah, what? She got the PCR test, right?
Yeah, but she's also sick. She had all the symptoms too. She went to the doctor because she was sick, and she had all the symptoms, and then he gave her the stupid test. And now my dad's going to get the test tomorrow, and I told my dad, I go, you can't trust those results. Just because mom's sick and has the flu, COVID, the flu, whatever you want to call it, doesn't mean your test is going to be accurate if it says negative. So we're all kind of worried about my parents. They're real old. My mom's 76 and my dad's like 78.
How about this one? I'm gonna seriously. You gotta say amen with this, okay? Lord in heaven, I pray for mom that she gets better. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Now you. All right. All right.
She'll get better. We're more worried about my dad catching it because he's not as good a health as her.
Oh yeah. All right. Well.
Plus, he still, as much as they had the lockdown all the time and stuff, he still went to the bar every single day with his friend. And he's like 78 or 79. And we were like, Dad, you're going to bring germs home, and you and Mom are both going to have the COVID. And he's like, oh, that's a bunch of bullshit, da-da-da-da-da. So then tonight on the phone, he's telling us about my mom, and we're like, well, if you didn't go to the bar every day with your friend and bring home germs, Mom wouldn't be sick. So I'm more worried about him getting it because he's always in poor health.
Well, let's speak that he's in better health in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that. He's in good health. Amen. All right. So, what we're gonna talk about? Oh, so we discovered that Las Vegas Boulevard, we really can't prove anything, right? There's no proof on Las Vegas Boulevard whether something got shot, because body cams, people are going in and out. They don't see crap. Okay, we're looking. I was looking. You're looking. You were looking.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got shot running up the strip. I think they were chased up that way, but I don't think anyone got shot running up towards the Bellagio in New York, and all that.
So we don't see any what do you call it? Any bullet strikes? Any kind of proof or broken glass or anything at all? I didn't see it. Did you?
I didn't see it, but it doesn't mean that inside of those buildings somebody wasn't shot.
Well, okay. Wouldn't they have like a crime scene tape, and if they were shot, killed, or injured?
They didn't do crime scene tape around Melissa.
Oh, well, that is true, but that was the second day. I'm not going to say anything.
Those cops sucked. I'm sorry. They just sucked. They turned off body cams.
Hey, we don't do crime scene tape for the second day. Hey,
there were a couple of body cams that showed cops that were being so rude. I mean, breaking all constitutional rules and laws with the people they were talking to on the street. Do you remember those?
Right. Oh, yeah. There was a lot.
Where you were like, no cop would be talking to someone. When those guys were like, you can't tell us we can't walk this way. And the cops were, I don't remember what the cops said back, but I remember watching it going, geez, oh, Pete. And then the guy that was over at the Howard Johnson's, that security guard kicked him out. You remember that one?
I like your Pete there. All right, go ahead. My brain just went skadats. So repeat what you just said. Sorry, like you said, repeat, and I was like, oh man. All right, so let's put it like this: we got a bunch of dishonest, bad acting police officers. Why do you think they were acting? Okay, I mean, police officers are not actors. Right? I mean, you could agree there, right?
Well,
I
they
mean,
needed so many cops that night that they had to scrape all the way down to the bottom of the barrel. So
like
some
the
of those
guys behind
cops
the
that
desk.
sucked so bad were probably desk cops that hadn't ever been out on the beat.
Right, right.
I mean,
And why do
you've
they
got the
need
one
these
with the
cops?
long fingernails and stuff, and it's like she was obviously a desk cop if she was even a cop at all.
The little short ones.
Yeah, that had the fancy fingernails and the jewelry and all that. And it's like, sorry, but cops
Right,
aren't
right.
like that.
Like the lady, like, oh, you're talking about the what is it? Charlie's Angel,
That cop.
Joe did. That
Yeah.
cop. Yeah, okay, I got you. Charlie's Angel cop.
No cop is allowed to have long fake fingernails if they're out on the beat running around, firing guns and shit. She had to be a desk cop or a fake
And
cop.
she was like, you're gonna oh man, that is a funny video, Joe. Oh man. You need to repost that one. Because I only have parts of it, and it pissed me off the other live stream I did. Do you have number 5, Joe? Are you there?
Joe, I don't know if he's still in here. He was
Yeah, he
going to
was
go
just
live
done
at
talking.
1, so we should probably switch channels unless he wants to stay in here for a while longer because you're having a good time.
It's fine with me. Either way, Joe. Hey, Joe. I know you're there.
Joe's in there. He says it's labeled part
It's up
3.
on
It's
your
up on his
channel?
channel.
Labeled part 3? You mean number 5 is part 3? Why? Why?
I'm having a good time. I don't know about anybody else, but I know I am.
Well, I'm glad
Is
you're
that
having a good time,
sarcasm?
Matt.
What?
Is that sarcasm?
No, it's not sarcasm.
You're having fun playing with Dub, aren't you?
Well, I'm having fun playing with Dub, and I'm having fun drinking my Mike's Hard Lemonades.
Oh my God, I forgot you were drinking. You never drink on here.
All right, so now that I got you, Matt.
After the day I've had.
Hey, I'm on my second pack of cigarettes and my second Coke, too.
After the day I've had, I think I deserve it.
You do.
All right. So Matt.
All right, we've got 10 minutes left, and then Joe.
No, we got more than 10 minutes left. More than 10 minutes left.
Matt's drunk, Joe. He's not going to let us go.
We got 10 minutes. No, we got more than 10 minutes. I gotta love Matt when he's drunk. All right. Hey, Matt.
I've never seen Matt drunk.
Go ahead, what do you got to tell me?
I know we've had our differences, okay, but we can agree that there's something shady going on, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I can agree with that.
Hey, all right. I'll take that. That's good enough.
Okay.
I don't want to get you upset when you're drunk.
Oh no, Matt'll be funny. Go ahead and start interviewing Matt, because Matt doesn't talk much.
That's right. Matt doesn't talk much. Matt keeps to himself. Matt doesn't say anything usually.
Except when he's drinking.
But now I'm going to start saying things.
All right, let it rip, Matt.
And it's probably going to piss off a lot of people. But you know what? I really don't care.
Yeah, man.
Let it rip, Matt.
So, there are a lot of people in here that think that this is all fake and nothing, nothing ever happened. But
right,
we're all looking at the same stuff, right? We're all looking at the same videos. And everybody, a lot of people are saying that, yeah, this happened, and a lot of people are saying, no, this didn't happen. And then you got your people that believe that Stephen Paddock committed this crime. And we all know, without a doubt, that Stephen Paddock did not commit this crime.
I agree, Matt. We at least agree on that.
Hear me out.
Brother.
Hear me out.
Go
Hear
ahead.
me out. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me.
Okay, I'll mute.
We all know that there's some funny stuff going on here. We all know that the FBI has lied to us. We all know that the LVMPD has lied to us. Okay? But people were killed. Okay? People were killed. People were injured. How can all this be fake? I don't get it. And people are telling me, oh, well, go look at this video. Go look at that video. And then, looking at a lot of these videos, they're blurry. They're hard to see. But we're all looking at the same shit. It doesn't matter what it is. It's the same stuff we're all looking at. The whole Melissa Ramirez thing. Oh, she's a rag doll. How can you tell? How can you tell from a video that can't depict anything? I'm not saying she isn't a rag doll, but I'm not going to go and say that she's a rag doll just because that's what I think. Have some respect, people. My friend's brother died in 9/11. He's gone. He died in the Twin Towers. Is that fake? No, it's real. It's real.
Keep going, Matt.
I think Matt muted again.
He did.
Hey, put me out and put me back in, okay? So I could see my flashy thingy on the thing.
You're in, aren't you?
He's out now, so we'll see if he comes back in. Todd, did you have anything you wanted to talk about before we end this? Because everyone's going to go over to Joe's. He's getting ready to go live.
No, but whatever Matt just said there, I agree with quite a bit.
I do too.
There's got to be a lot more respect, because that would take a lot of planning to do. And I understand, it could be years, it could be months, it could be whatever, but I honestly think people died and people were hurt, and everyone's got their own opinions. I get it. But yeah, like Matt said, you have to have way more respect for this, because these are actual people that were like live people. They were, they're real. So yeah, I agree with Matt.
It's just not Vegas. Sorry to cut you out, Todd.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
It's everywhere. I mean, all the other mass shootings that have happened all over the country. Parkland, Columbine, this, that, and the other. These things are real.
Yeah.
They're real. It happened. Do you really think that the media is just gonna put stuff out there that hasn't happened? Everybody talks about fake news and fake media and fake this and fake that. But, maybe I'm not making any sense, but
you're making sense.
People have to come down to reality. It's the reality of these things that, I mean, if I was in Vegas at the time of this shooting when this happened, and I was running away just like everybody else was, am I going to get out here and say, oh, well, it was all fake? No. It's real. These people are telling the truth. I mean, yeah,
and
granted,
for all the victims,
there's some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff going on.
Yeah.
And we can see that, but it doesn't mean everything is weird.
And for all the victims' families that come back every single year to the Route 91 and they do what they do, there's no way that they would just come down just to fake it and show up and hold up some banners and pictures and people. There's no way. It's not. You can't do that.
No, you can't.
Well, when you walk through the healing garden, did you walk through that, Todd?
I didn't. The only thing I saw was I think they called it a human chain.
Yeah, the chain around the venue. The healing garden is where they've got a tree planted for each victim.
Yeah.
And there's pictures and ornaments hanging off trees. I mean, it's like a total shrine to each victim. And when you walk through there,
it has to hit you.
It takes your breath away, and it's like you can almost feel it in the air. It's creepy.
Well,
I mean, it's very sad.
I mean, I was by myself on the right by outside the venue there for the second anniversary. I didn't know anyone, the victims' families or friends or anyone. And just walking by, you can feel it. You can see the emotion. Everything was real. And there's no way that someone just goes out to Vegas, flies in or drives in or wherever they're from, and they're going to hold up a banner and hold up pictures and light candles every single year just because, it was fake. It's too much. I mean, that's a lot of work to be put into that. And yeah, I just don't believe it. But other than that, I don't really have much else to add for tonight. But I think tonight went really well, and there was a lot of information shared.
I wish we could have got your pictures up. I don't know why I can't figure out. It's like I can get it. Like if I open up a tab on Chrome or something, I can get the pictures. But
he has Firefox, so he can't.
Yeah, I'll try Chrome next time.
Yeah, this only works on StreamYards. Only works on Chrome, Mills.
Yeah,
that's the only problem with this thing. You can't use multiple browsers with this. It's only Chrome. But we'd like to have you on again.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely come back if you guys want me here.
Oh, definitely.
Wait a minute, Matt. Dub wants to know, why will no one address the things he asks about? My answer to that is I don't.
Why will no one address the things I ask about you? Well, then what do you ask about me, Dub? Ask away.
Dub gets to interview Matt.
Oh, boy. Come on, Dub. I'm waiting.
I don't know where Dub went.
I don't know either.
Is that you burping?
Excuse me.
We're going to have Matt drink a 6-pack before he does every live stream, because I've never seen Matt this lively. I think that Joe needs to put the link to his channel in again so we can quickly find it when... No,
Aardvark, I wasn't being mean to you. I never said anything to you.
Michelle and I love each other.
I don't think we're going to change Michelle's mind, though.
I don't think we're going to change Dub's mind either.
But I'll tell you what, Dub and Michelle totally have done a ton of research. they went down a different path than everybody else did, but what they have found makes perfect sense to them. And I don't think it's fair for anybody to tell anybody else they're completely wrong. It's like everyone should just agree to disagree. That's
Right.
the way I feel about it. I get along great with Michelle. I get along great with Dub. I get along great with, Foe was in here earlier. You know, he agrees with them on their stuff, and it's for the most part. And it's like, same with Joe. Me and Joe get along great. I love Joe. So it's like, I think that, you know, their research led them down different rabbit holes than ours did, but I don't know, maybe they're right. Maybe we're right. None of us really know for sure. So it's like, I think it's better for everyone to just get along.
Okay, what exactly about the events in Vegas, Dub?
And I think Joe just posted his StreamYard there.
Okay, Joe just posted his StreamYard, so we're going to lose it if we don't close this one down and go over to Joe. Joe, do you have it set up already? Are you ready for us?
I'm confused on the Dub.
I see you're typing,
so
Dub.
No one sees my typing.
Joe, you have 2 wrenches. I gave your other channel a wrench.
Dub is saying no one sees my typing.
I see you're typing.
Yeah, I see it, but I don't see any questions coming through here.
Neither do I.
He's got the floor right now, but nice to meet you, Miss Dawn.
Joe, you're putting the link to your StreamYard for guests to come on. We need you just to put the link to the channel that you're going to do the live on. Unless you're bringing us all on the screen with you.
Dub,
Maybe Joe's been drinking too.
Dub, we're offering to exchange information if you chat with us.
Joe, if you need a wrench on a different channel, type a message in from the channel that you don't think you have a wrench on. Because I think I gave you a wrench on 2 channels.
Okay, guys, I'm going to sign off here.
Well, thanks for coming on. I hope we didn't spook you too much.
No, I appreciate the offer and for letting me come on and talk and get interviewed, and I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mills.
Thank you again.
Definitely thanks for coming on, Mills, and we'll keep in touch. And if there's any videos you want me to send you, just let me know on Messenger.
Absolutely. I'll be bothering you again.
That's fine. I don't mind at all.
Perfect. Everyone take care.
You too.
Okay, we're going to end this, but first I need to know if we have the right link to go to Joe's. He has 2 channels, a regular one and a sock.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm subscribed to both of them. I'll be able to find them.
I'm not subscribed to either of them, so I don't know.
You're not coming to the party? Joe has really good parties.
Oh, there's a party going on? Cool.
Always a party at Joe's. Lots of drinking and lots of eating food.
Okay. That sounds like a plan to me.
But I told him to put the link in, and he kept putting the StreamYard's link. We need the link to his...
No, he did put the link in.
Yeah, but that was a long, long time ago.
Oh, wait, no, that was Truth in You. Never mind. The StreamYard link.
Yeah, it's a StreamYard link, but we need the YouTube link. And I think he said he was doing it on his backup channel. I'm not sure. Miss Dawn, can you find out what channel Joe's doing his thing on and put the link to his actual live stream if he's got it set up? He must be drinking. That's why he keeps putting in StreamYards. Can everyone please thumbs up and say a prayer for Chris Thompson because he just lost his dad, and say a prayer for my mom and dad with the stupid ass COVID shit, and say a prayer for Matt to not have a hangover in the morning. Okay, Miss Dawn just put the link in to go to Joe's. So before it gets covered up with more comments, we're going to close this down. And if anyone wants to go to Joe's live stream, click on that link Miss Dawn just posted. And Joe's already live now, so we're going to close down. Thanks, Matt, and thanks everyone in the chat. And I think this went really well, considering all the difference of opinions, which I think is really good because I like to hear from everybody and hear what everyone else thinks. But I'm going to say goodnight now and go over to Joe's. So thanks for listening, everyone, and please hit the thumbs up on your way out.
Mm. Says you're still alive.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make sure I didn't end mine until everyone knew how to get to Joe's. All right, I'm ending mine now. I'm over at Joe's.
Alrighty.
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.